Yo, 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 yo. What is good? What is good? I am 5 minutes late. My bad. I had a couple of things to take care of, and I'm here. I'm here. My man, Patrick Palmer. Always number one. Good evening, sir. Uh, type something in the chat if you can hear me. I didn't have enough time to do a sound check before I went live, so I don't know if this thing is even on. How we doing tonight? Have we seen SmackDown already? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second to bring SmackDown up on my screen. Talk to me. Wow. This looks incredible. Man, the fans in Riyadh are going nuts for Randy Orton. Goodness. Eddie Foster, what's good? Wait. Oh, you can hear me? Or no? Wait, what did you say no to? I'm confused. I am confused. I brought up the damn show on the wrong stream again, or on the wrong screen again. Give me 1 second. I still am new to this. I don't even know how to like tweet a link on Twitter to my YouTube so people can see it on Twitter and then come watch me. It's crazy. All right, I got Wade Barrett screaming in my ear. Let me make my screen a little bigger. How we doing, fellas? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. Oh, Eddie, you said no because you haven't seen SmackDown. Okay, that's why you said no. All right. I get it now. I get it now. Oh my god, this chat is toxic on the stream I'm watching. Jeez. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Give me 1 second. Oh shit. See, I missed this part of SmackDown earlier when it was live. I was asleep. I was fucking sleeping, and a knock on the door abruptly woke me up. It was the Jehovah's Witnesses, and I thought it was the postman because I was waiting for a letter. I opened my eyes. I jumped out of bed. I sprint to the door, and I opened the door thinking it's the postman, and they wanted to talk about God. I said, man, I haven't even rubbed the sleep out of my eyes yet, man. Wow, what a great ovation for Randy Orton, huh? Why is my camera like that? There we go. There we go. Now I heard that this part cut out. I'm gonna try to figure out how to send a link on Twitter. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not ready for Twitter to come in here and make fun of me yet. In JD's stream earlier, though, people were saying happy birthday to me, and I was confused. Somebody came in and was like, happy birthday, Hooligram, and I'm like, what? And then other people saw that, and then they started saying happy birthday to me, and I'm like, who said it was my birthday? I don't know who put that out there, but it was wild. No, Patrick, it's not. I already had my birthday back in April, and you guys all said happy birthday to me. Nope, I've already had my birthday. I don't think you can have two in the same year, let alone the same like 3-month period. But no, it's not. No, thank goodness it's not my birthday. But I don't know why. I don't even know who was saying it. I looked at their name, and uh, YouTube's has all the names all fucked up. It was everybody's handles. So, man, this camera guy is. What's going on with the camera? This is bouncing all over the place. When I had the live feed on earlier, it was said we'll be right back for like 30, 40 minutes. Yeah, I see that. It keeps popping up the little warning at the bottom. Oh, Randy's letting Cody know he'll do things that he don't want to have to do if that's what it takes. RKO. Maybe a punt to Cody's head. Over or under chat. What do we think? Is Randy Orton gonna punt Cody tomorrow? Is he getting the punt kick? Okay. Oh, nice little promo by Randy. Because you know the talk of the last couple of days has been on the internet has been Cody turning heel, which I just think it's lame if he's talking about it in interviews and it happens. I hate that. I hate when wrestling does that. You know? Oh. How was this black like not how was this not able to be shown on the live feed, but they can show it now? Did they re-record it? They probably cut the feed, and then once the feed came up in the back on for them, they probably started over and re-recorded it so that they could play it tonight. That's probably what happened. How do we feel about Cody turning heel if he does? Patrick, you're saying in the future? So not tomorrow, right? You do we think that Randy's turning heel tomorrow? Are they going to be in Riyadh for Raw on Monday? I got something in my eye chat. Why does his music sound heel? Doesn't Jimmy's music sound like he's a heel? And now that Jacob Fatu has broken away from Solo, maybe Jimmy rejoins him. I can see Jimmy coming out to actually help Solo tomorrow, cause since they're brothers, you know. Yeah, he's kind of acting heelish, Jimmy Uso. Uso. Do, 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 do. Living dirty. That's funny. Dom and Liv with their mug shots on a t-shirt. Living dirty. Clever. WWE's really clever with their shirts sometimes. When they put some thought into it. The t-shirts for WWE and during the last like 10 years of Vince's run were god awful. Most of them were just generic, but WWE stepping their merch game up lately. Keep it twisted. Hang on, Chad. I got all kinds of problems. I gotta fix my hat and my hair. Billy! My guy Billy Bomb in the chat. What's good, brother? What's good, bro? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. Pause. Stopping in. Poor choice of words. My fault. How you doing? Sinister! My guy. Good to see you. All right. The extended OTS family here in the chat. I love to see it. Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming to hang out. Oh, Billy's starting to have him some old fashions. Everybody look out. His comments should be lively as they always are. Superman movie coming? How many times are they going to give us a botched Superman movie? How many times? Superman's got to be the most botched superhero in all on either side of Marvel or DC. I remember, depending on how old some of you are, I remember the original Superman movies with Christopher Reeve. If you go back and watch those now in 2025, they're pretty cringe. From 36 days away from a 2-night SummerSlam. Oh, Billy, you're in Arizona? Okay. Nice. I got some homies down in AZ. Late night with Tony Hinchcliffe, SummerSlam weekend. What? Is this going to be like the roast of WrestleMania? What do you mean, Sinister? You talking about SummerSlam? Like 3 weeks away from Night of Champions? A month away? I like the volcano erupting for JC Mateo's background. He does look like Taz, man. He looks just like Taz the way he walks. I feel like in WWE, JC Mateo, look at him. He looks shorter than Solo Sikoa, but I feel like when he was Matanza Cueto in Lucha Underground, didn't he seem gigantic? I thought he was a really tall, really big dude. I mean, he's a big guy, but he doesn't look very tall here. I thought he was much taller in the Matanza gimmick. Just left work with my coworkers in Arizona. Billy, drive safe, bro, and wherever you go to hang out, be safe, brother. Drink responsibly. Oh, he's only 5'9". Yeah, he's shorter than Charles Robinson. What the fuck? What? Wait, he's hella short. No offense to anybody 5'9". I just say hella short because I'm 6'3", so everybody's short to me, really, unless I'm meeting NBA players. 92% of everybody I've met in my life has been shorter than me, so he just looks extremely short, especially next to Charles Robinson. Wow. I'm gonna yawn a lot tonight, chat, because I did not sleep last night, and then being abruptly woke up this morning, and then realizing that SmackDown was on. I have had no time to just catch my breath. Really, I really haven't. The crowd is pretty quiet for this Jimmy Uso JC Mateo match, which is understandable for JC Mateo because probably a lot of people don't really know who he is. But I'm surprised they're this quiet for Jimmy. But if Jimmy's a face, why is he wearing all black, and why is Solo Sikoa wearing a white suit jacket? Are we doing the opposite with the gimmicks now in 2025? Good is bad and bad is good. The good guy dresses bad and the bad guy dresses good. It's kind of strange. Very, very strange. I'm gonna have to go make me a coffee. Straight up. Oh, we have commercials now. I didn't have commercials during the live feed, but I got commercials for this. While we're at commercial, and speaking of cringe, how about that Mercedes Monet promo last night? What did we all think of that? I mean, I know what I thought of it, but Jen, OTS Tribal Queen has made her way in. What is good, Jen? Thank you for coming on through. Appreciate you. You're having a good day. I'm a glutton for punishment because I guess SmackDown one time wasn't enough, but I knew that Jason and JD were going live after SmackDown, so I figured the people that haven't watched the review yet, my thinking was if I go live with the second airing of SmackDown, maybe people would want to come hang out, and then they can go watch JD when it's over, do the review. Because there was a bunch of like I didn't see the opening with Randy Orton and Cody, so that was cool to see the way SmackDown opened. I think when you go to open any kind of wrestling show and then the feed cuts for 40 minutes, I think that's kind of a buzzkill. And I feel like that. One second, chat. Sorry. I feel like because that they went, the feed got cut and they had technical difficulties. That kind of killed the buzz of the show. Like I always gauge how into a show I'm going to be based off of the intro segment, right? If the crowd's hot, if there's a fire promo or a fire match, and if some bullshit happens right at the very beginning, it just kind of puts a negative tone on the entire show. It just kind of takes the wind out of your sails, right? It does for me, anyways. Let me make a coffee real quick. I've got instant coffee, so it'll only take a few seconds. I just got to put it in the cup and mix it. Dog, you're always wanting to eat. My dog is always hungry. I'll take spoiled pro wrestling shows for 2,000, Alex. Did you watch it earlier, Jen, or no? You just came to JD's live? Oh yeah, the crowd was definitely into it. I'm just talking about myself. Like I wasn't into it because when I turned on SmackDown this morning to watch it live, it was we'll be right back. So I was like, okay, it's a commercial break, and then they never came back from commercial break for like over a half hour. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I started like I tweeted out, should I be fearing the worst? I'm not trying to be stereotypical or anything, but given the current state of what's been going on over there in the last week, and with our government and stuff, the feed cuts for a half an hour. I mean, remember not last time, but remember a couple years ago when they were in Saudi and I think it was the Saudi prince or something, somebody detained the plane and wouldn't let the wrestlers leave till the next day. Remember that? That's why I tweeted out like, when do we start being concerned? Because the feed just cut. Who knows what's going on over there? I was literally fearing the worst. I'm like, I hope that the wrestlers are okay, but I'm glad it was just technical difficulties and not something like serious. JC Mateo does kind of have a Umaga-ish look to him. Yeah, I think it's the long hair, but his like body type and the way he walks and shit, it looks just like Taz to me. I gotta stop calling him Big Jim though, because that's cringe. Sorry if you can't hear me that well, chat. I'm sometimes I lose the connection to my headset when I'm too far away from the base. Just pouring the water to my coffee right now. I'll be right there. Do 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 do. All right, thank God. I don't know, with the heel tone of Jimmy Uso's theme song and the way he was wearing all black tonight, I don't know. Just I'm thinking about Solo versus Jacob tomorrow, right? I could see Jimmy just pulling a fast one and helping Solo beat Jacob. When the crowd chants Fatu, I keep thinking they're chanting "fuck you." Does anybody else hear "fuck you" instead of Fatu? Maybe that's just me. Are we still on the wagon with? Are we still on the Jacob Fatu wagon? We still like Jacob, right? What I'm not liking so much is WWE forcing. I don't know. I I don't like when WWE forces everything down our throats. Right when they find something hot, I feel like they've done a good job not forcing Jacob. Like they're giving him a good push without making it like feel forced or too overly forced. I feel like I really liked Stephanie Vaquer when she showed up on the scene, but I feel like I'm seeing way too much of her. I feel like as good as she is and as popular as she is already, I feel like they need to make her feel a little more special. And I can't turn on Twitter, I can't turn on social media, I can't turn on TikTok. Like I just see her everywhere, and I'm like, okay, I get they want to push her, but we can scale it back a little bit. I think no disrespect to her at all whatsoever. I just hate when WWE just takes something good and just kills it by overdoing it too much. And again, if they do it for 7 years, then I'll become a fan of him again. Like that's what happened with me and Roman Reigns, right? I couldn't stand the big dog, and then by the time they turned him into the tribal chief, I'm like, all right, my tribal chief, the goat. Kind of funny how that happens. Solo Sikoa. And this whole little tease with Jacob and Jimmy, I feel like we're getting role reversal tomorrow. I feel like Jimmy's going to come out and help Solo. Not that he needs to, because Solo has JC Mateo, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. I'm wrong a lot, actually, when it comes to pro wrestling. Who are we kidding? I saw way too much of DIY tonight for my liking. I don't know how y'all feel about DIY, but this is not 2017 anymore, boys and girls. It is not. This whole tag team division. Sorry, Chad. I know I said I was making a coffee and I'd be right there, but I forgot I had chicken defrosting on the counter, so I gotta throw the marinade in the bag real quick. But I'm on my way. Thank you for sticking with me if you're here. If you left, I don't blame you. Oh, Sarina. Itadakimasu. I don't even care that this woman don't speak English. Half the promos we get are cringe anyway. I bet Jen really, really loves Julia's promos. I bet she does. Psych, right? Right, Jen? I tell jokes. I tell jokes sometimes. Bro, I was getting bombed on Twitter earlier about my comments about Mercedes' promo. Everybody was saying it was better than CM Punk's. I'm like, that's cool. She called Tony a motherfucker. Like, should I be happy about that, or that's what constitutes a good promo? Is Oh boy. Well, Chad, if you haven't seen this match yet, if you've got to go take a shit or get something to eat, or I don't want to say that though because it's Julia, but you're in for a real treat if you haven't seen this match yet. Mm. I'm glad I'm in the kitchen right now for this because if I was sitting in my chair watching this, I'd probably already be asleep. These two, and this isn't Julia's fault. This is just Selena Vega is like JD was saying during his review. Zelina does not have the skill set to compete with the current women on the roster now. She could wrestle Piper Niven or Chelsea Green because they're all about the same level. But Alba Fire. But against the likes of Stephanie and Julia and Asuka and Bailey, Becky, Zelina Vega is not on that level. She's definitely not. She's way better as a manager. JD had a good idea what to do with her. Put her with Andrade and Phoenix, and then have them. No, somebody commented to JD, put Andrade and Ray Phoenix and Zelina in a group, and then have them like battle DIY with Candice Michelle. I mean, sorry, that's going back quite far. Candice LeRae. Jurassic World. Now they got the T Rex swimming around in water like the Loch Ness monster, like his jaw. Are we done? Like, are we done beating franchises to death? Is Hollywood not paying attention to the fact that not many people are going to the movie theater since COVID, and not many people are really interacting with Hollywood in general based off of the weird stuff that's been going on with them over the last few years that's come to light. All right, chicken's marinating. Did I put did I put the lotion in the basket? Put the lotion in the basket on like the rainmaker. I really like using the VPN when it 'cause I don't have to. I get to see all the wrestling that happens during the commercials. You know, just having to suffer through commercials is ass, pure ass cheeks. Who here drinks twisted iced tea if you're over the age of 21? Do we like twisted iced tea? Because I personally think that stuff tastes like gasoline. But I have a few buddies that literally drink that stuff by the caseload. I'm a little more selective with my alcohol. That's just my preference. Not knocking anybody if you like it. I just wonder how many people really drink it because I don't know that many people that drink it. But the people I do know that drink it happen to be in their 20s, like pretty young. I don't know anybody in my age bracket that likes that shit. I hope this milk isn't expired. It says it is, but we're about to find out. We're about to find out if it's milk in my coffee or cottage cheese. Cheese. You see the ad for John Cena's new movie where he's the president of the United States? Isn't that crazy? Oh, this is the movie. Speak of the devil. Heads of state. What? How are we feeling about Pat McAfee no longer being on commentary? Are we liking that? I'm liking it because I liked him at first, but then he was on every single show. Like I said, I don't like when WWE overdoes stuff. All right, here comes to save the day. I'm back. A shredder mask. Oh, Patrick, you didn't watch the show earlier. Okay, I'll try to keep that in mind for the rest of the show. Julia Hart sucks like a wet fart. No, I didn't mean Julia Hart. I meant this Julia. But here's what I've noticed. Jimmy Uso wrestled in all black. He's a babyface. Zelina Vega is a babyface. She's in all black, minus the leopard print. Julia's the heel, wearing all the bright colors. WWE's like in opposite mode, right? I do like the big ass backdrop and the big screen back there. I'm assuming that's also going to be the look for Night of Champions tomorrow. Jen says fascinating stuff while she yawns 3 times. But usually WWE dresses the heels in black, you know? They wear the more heel colors. And no chat, in case you're wondering, it is not my birthday. I don't know who got the idea that it was my birthday today and why they were putting it in JD's chat, but it is not my birthday. My birthday is in April. Everybody from OTS has already wished me happy birthday this year. Yo, Kratos! Kratos, my man. Kratos, I don't even know if you've even been in here before when I've been live. What's good, bro? Thanks for stopping by. How are you doing? I think you came by to say hi to me one time before, but that was like one of my first streams, I believe. If I remember correctly. My memory's shot, but how we doing? Yeah, good to see you, Kratos, man. Thanks for stopping in. Did you watch SmackDown earlier when it was live, or are you just catching it now? Okay, Elimination Chamber. Yeah. If I haven't talked to you in my stream, well, Elimination Chamber was. I think one of my last streams was Mania weekend up until like a week or so ago, and I took a big long break. But I can't remember what happened 2 days ago. Legit. Dinosaurs holding guns? What did I just see? I remember seeing Jurassic Park, the original Jurassic Park, in the theater on opening day. I'm pretty sure the year was like 1990. I remember at the time I was reading Peter Benchley's Jurassic Park the book at the time the movie came out. Wait, was that a mistake to read the book before the movie came out? Holy fuck. You were working, but you caught. Yeah, I saw you pop up really quick at the end of JD's stream because I was scrolling up trying to figure out who had started the happy birthday hologram in his chat. I didn't see you when you typed in the chat live, but I saw it after I scrolled up, like 10, 15 minutes later. I've noticed a lot of OGs have been missing in the venue as of late. Otis popped in at the very, very, very end today. I haven't seen him and JD's in a hot minute. I don't know where Midmost Mark is. Who else isn't? Oh, Raging Girl Gamer. She popped in for 2 seconds. I haven't seen her in JD's stream in weeks. She was in last week really quick for a minute too, saying that she was visiting family, I think, in Louisiana. But I'm like, where's the OGs at? Everybody okay? How are we doing, Kratos? Oh, guys, do me a favor, hit the like button for me. Share this out, uh, if you don't mind. I would greatly appreciate it. Midmo has been in Doc streams every now and then. I caught two of Doc's streams back to back about a month, 2 months ago, right around Mania weekend. They popped up on my feed, and I have not seen he. I don't know. YouTube suppresses him or something because I've been following him for a couple of years, and I've never gotten a notification. I even checked to see if notifications for him were turned on, and I've never got a notification for Doc's streams until Mania weekend, and then YouTube gave me two consecutive notifications back to back weeks. So I popped in and talked to him and stuff, and then I've not gotten a single notification for his stream since. The McBee Dynasty on Bravo. Yeah, no, that's gonna be a hard pass on that for me, dog. I think Midmo's not even watching wrestling lately, though. I get the vibe that he's not even watching wrestling. Everybody watching the new Squid Games today? Is that why Kratos is because of like what he says? Because literally, and I feel bad telling him that because I feel like if you're a content creator and if you're a content creator and you meet other people in a stream and then you start letting people know about your own stream and they don't show up to your stream, but then you go back to the stream, you see everybody in and you see all those people in there and they're like, oh, I don't get your notifications. It's hard to believe. I feel like if people told me that, it would be hard for me to believe them. But legit, if for whatever reason, Dr. Evil Genius happens to see me say this, I legit, the times you've seen me in your chat, bro, it's because I got a notification. I don't know his streaming schedule. I don't know what time he streams. You know, and when you follow so many streamers, everybody follows their streaming, you know, interests, and you get used to your streamers and you learn their schedule. Like we all know when JD's going to stream. We all know when Salamonster's going to stream. It's hard to learn somebody's streaming schedule when YouTube doesn't push the notifications out. He sometimes talks about certain things that YouTube doesn't like during the UFC streams. Oh, tomorrow he'll be live, I bet, since UFC is going to be on. I'll have to look for him tomorrow. But then again, fucking Night of Champions is gonna be on at 10 in the morning my time. Oh, hey. Why? Oh, Sunday is UFC 317. Wait, Sunday? Not tomorrow? Code Red. Is Jen still in here? Jen, are you enjoying this match of the year contender? I know you are. TKO tweeted that earlier this week live from Vegas. Why? So why did they do the last two shows from the UFC on the same day as WWE pay-per-views, PLEs, and tomorrow and now this weekend they're doing Sunday? Hmm. My girl. Then again, I always say Io Sky's my girl too. Io Sky is really my girl, but I love me some Julia too. Julia's half Italian, so I've got to. I feel like there's a common bond there. That wasn't a Northern Lights bomb, Stu Bennett. That was like a side Death Valley driver. That was definitely a driver or a modified brain buster. That was not a bomb. But what do I know? Yay! And they gave her pyro. Hell yeah! I wish the USA shows had a big old screen, a big old giant setup like that for their shows. Zelina Vega looks like she has realized that she is not going to be holding gold again for many, many moons. Aw, shit. Look who it is. No way. Do my eyes deceive me? Amanda! Hi. Thank you for coming in. You got a notification for me? Really? Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe actually YouTube is giving people my notifications. That's awesome. Yeah, I tweeted that in JD's earlier, Kratos, that Miles Bourne indirectly let the world know that his Chilean queen, he would be with his Chilean queen when he faces Lexus King and his Cuban, because Lexus King made some comment about he was on vacation with his Cuban queen and then he was going to be at NXT. And then Miles Bourne retweeted him. I'll be on NXT with my Chilean queen, or I'll be there with my Chilean queen. And I'm like, well, there's only one person in all of wrestling from Chile, so. Charlotte, have you been to a funeral today? Charlotte looks like she's been on a legendary Ric Flair bender. She must be exhausted from the time zone, from the time difference. Amanda Nicole, you like Miles Bourne, really? I'm surprised at that. Wait, We got NBA players in 2K. Is that Shaquille O'Neal? Oh, and Tyrese Halliburton and oh my God, the dude from the Bronson from the Knicks and the Great Khali. Oh boy, why is the Great Khali being put in the game? What have they done to WWE 2K? Zelina probably will be getting some frustration lovemaking from Alistair Black in the hotel in Saudi. She'll let out her frustration. It'll be all good. She's probably already over it by now. Hey, it's cool. It's cool. You can say who you like in here. We don't have to be female. You ladies have to hear of us, all of us men gooning over all the women all the time. So it's only fair. You can goon over whoever you want to. It doesn't bother me in here. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised that people. I'm surprised that women like Miles Bourne. I don't know why. I don't think he's that good looking for a guy, but that's just my take on it. Celebrity guest from the Lost DLC is still unknown. Oh, right, because they've canceled Travis Scott. Thank God. Yeah, they've canceled Travis Scott because of the Netflix documentary that came out about Astroworld and fan backlash. Yeah, Abyss is in it. I thought that was awesome. I'm like, wow, we got to finally see Abyss in WWE in the video game. 10 years after he retired, or whenever. I know it's not been 10 years, but really would have liked to see him have a WWE run as Abyss at some point when he got hired into the company. I remember being stoked when they announced that he was hired by WWE, and then he just came in as a producer, as a backstage guy. I remember, I think he was one of the first wrestlers I ever saw when I turned on TNA, and I looked at him and I thought immediately, who's the fucking? It's like Kane and Mick Foley had a Kane and Mankind had a love baby, and they spawned Abyss, right? Because he looked like Mick Foley, but he was giant and had the moveset of Kane. But then I thought Abyss was so much more badass than Kane ever was. I really did. Abyss did some fucking crazy hardcore stuff, man. And him having scars all over his arms and body and stuff. That guy just, he was something special, I thought. But they never really did him right, in my opinion, over there in good old tits and ass wrestling. Yeah, Kratos, exactly. Exactly. So we have American Ninja Warrior, and then we're having American Gladiators. One last time. When Cena announced his heel run, one of the first things I remember saying was, I hope we get a revisitation to the CM Punk John Cena feud. So I was anticipating at some point them having a run in, and then CM Punk cuts that promo a few months ago calling him calling Dwayne a bald fraud, and then he said something about Cena in that promo too. And I thought, okay, this is leaving the door open for them to do a feud if they choose to, but I didn't know what Cena had in mind. I didn't know if he even wanted to do a feud with Punk in 2025. Then we get the announcement, that they're gonna face each other at Night of Champions, and I've been so excited for this match. Last week and tonight made it that much more I'm so excited for that match tomorrow. I don't even care if they wrestle like two dads. I don't care if they wrestle in slow motion. Like, I don't care. Hey, Wade Barrett is King of the Ring. This seems like a long time ago. Bad news. Another guy they royally fucked over. Wade Barrett. Oh, Amanda's gonna talk hella shit about CM Punk the whole time, aren't you, Amanda? Why don't you like CM Punk? I'm afraid I've got some bad news. I loved Wade Barrett back in the day. Daphne and her dark side of the ring was depressing to watch. I started to watch it, but I didn't get very far in. I think I fell asleep because it was like 2 in the morning when I watched it. But well, the visual of this on the big screen is awesome. It's Glacier. Oh, I love her look though. Wait, you love CM Punk? Why were you talking mess about him in JD's earlier? I swear you were making fun of him. That's why I was like, I'll bench you. I wasn't really going to bench you, by the way. I know you don't believe a word I say, and you're going to be like, okay, hologram. But for real, I was just messing. I wouldn't bench you. I don't bench the OGs and my friends. Somebody signed behind Jade said I paid to see Roxanne. Well, you might want to ask for a refund. Yeah, see, there you go, Amanda. Uh, oh, you did you laugh when? Oh yeah, he was laughing at the drug free. I think Patrick Palmer bailed because he hasn't seen the show yet, and we're talking about everything that's happened before it happens. Mm-hmm. I want to know what Oscar's had done to make herself look like 10 years younger. She looks younger now than she did when she joined NXT. But it's very subtle. You know how you can tell when women get plastic surgery? Like if you look at Alexa Bliss's face and then you go look at her when she was in NXT, you can tell she's had major work done. My beard is nice. Me? Aw, bless you. I think if you're talking about me, thank you. You should have seen it before this morning. I had to trim off my mustache because it was all over the place. It was like hairs going everywhere in my mouth. My beard was down here, like to my collarbone. I was like, oh my god, I gotta get rid of this neck fur. And it was just a real quick. I didn't even line it up straight or nothing. But thank you. I love Dark Side of the Ring, but it also makes me very sad and depressed as a wrestling fan. Most of those episodes like literally break my heart. The tragedy ones, especially, they're hard to watch. You know what? I just had the thought. because JD's been talking about Wardlow and Camille on American Gladiators. If Jade wants to be in Hollywood and whatnot, why doesn't Jade would make a perfect American Gladiator, right? Wait a second. Did I just hear her correctly? She plans on taking the whole throne at SummerSlam, but isn't tomorrow Queen of the Ring? Come on, Kana. Asuka? Yeah. She looks like she's 28 here. She looks hella young. I don't know what she did, but crazy. No one's ready for Asuka. I promise you, you're going to regret. Wake it up, wake it up. I'm trying, Naomi. I'm trying. She's not wrong. I really wish Jade was improving in the ring as a wrestler. I really do. I want to like her. I mean, I do like her, but I want to like her so bad, and I want to be able to tell all the haters like shut the fuck up, but I can't because yes, Patrick. She's 43. I'm only 3 years older than Oscar. Let that sink in. I look so old compared to her. Holy fuck. Damn it. Oscar's gonna kill you. Oscar's gonna kill you. Now, I hated this because we all know, chat, right? Whoever gets the last word before the PLE loses the match, right? Isn't that how the formula has always gone? Before my beard got all salt and peppery, well, more salt than pepper nowadays. But before the all this shit happened, when it was all dark and I didn't have any gray hair, I still got carded in my mid to late 30s. I got carded everywhere too. Now it's I don't get carded anywhere. Why did Ron Killings come in with the captain? What was that name of that movie? I'm driving the boat now. Come on, back. Come on, Ron. Kratos, you're only 32. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought you were closer to my age. Now that I think about it, you don't look like you would be 40. I just thought that I don't know. Then again, Rage is really young too. I just feel like everybody that I vibe with is usually close to my age, but no one's really close to my age. I don't know. There's only a couple people in the venue that are my age or older in JD's community. I'm the old guy. Crickets for DIY. Cricket. Rage is 2 days older than you. Really? You guys are both 32. She popped into JD's earlier, and I said what's up to her, and she asked me how I was doing. And I told her it's been pretty tough around here lately. I'm going through a couple of situations that I'm really nervous about, and things are kind of uncertain for me. And I said I'm just glad, to be in JD's and be distracted. But I think she left before I even got to respond to her question, because I didn't see her after that. Amanda, if you say that ever again, I will block you from everything form of communication I have with you. Straight up, my mom's ashes. I'm not ready. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. When my son has kids, then people can call me that, but not a day sooner. I know you're just being funny, but I'm dead ass. I'll bench you. Okay, so most of y'all are in your 30s. Amanda, just because you have a nice, young-looking profile picture, uh, you're in my age demographic. So let's just simmer down there, sweetie. Okay. I'm not mean. I'm just spitting facts here. We could just, if I'm Grandpa Grim, we could call you Grammy Amandy, like that. Nana Amanda. How about that? Nana Amanda. Oh, it's kind of got a nice ring to it. I will say this: if you use the VPN and you don't have to sit through commercials for Raw and SmackDown, the shows, being as long as they are, go by way faster because you just feel like you're watching the show from front to back. It goes by way faster, way way faster. These commercial breaks are like, what I need to figure out is why my background, when I switch my camera off, is no longer there. Does anybody use StreamYard? Can anybody help me with that? Mm, please no. No, I think Eddie is 37, not 47. Kratos, unless you typoed. Riyadh looks beautiful to me. Look at it. I hate that our media, like, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? It just left my brain as I was gonna say it. Portray. I hate how the media in America portrays certain places in the world to make us think that they're dilapidated parking lots. Retrying. Oh no, this video cannot be played. I lost my feed. Hang on, chat. Well, has anybody else lost their feed? Switch over to the Call of Duty Championship real quick until my feed comes back. There we go. Oh, oh shoot, my camera's been off this whole time. Sorry, chat. My bad. I love Phoenix's look. I love how he comes out in that baseball jacket. That looked like it said Penta. Doesn't that look like it says Penta? The first half of it, FEN looks like PEN. You haven't played COD in a minute? Man, I've been hooked on Warzone. That's all I play now is Warzone. Oh, you said you were 4 years older than Oscar, Eddie. You are 47. Holy shit. I was like, surely you typoed, Kratos, because I thought you meant you were 37, bro. Dang. God, none of you guys look your age, man. You guys are lucky. I looked a lot younger. Up until I was about, I'd say 38. Everybody always thought I was in my 20s or like 30. Um, Man, I'm telling you, once I hit my 40s, it all went downhill really quickly. Yeah, look, I don't know why. I guess because they're brothers, right? They put their names in the same font, but I don't like that because, for one, it looks like Phoenix says Penta, and for two, it insinuates like, why aren't they together? You know what I mean? If you're gonna give them the same looking logos, wow, Riyadh chanting. My brain is mush today. I cannot spit words out the way they're appearing in my brain. The crowd is chanting Johnny Wrestling. I haven't heard a Johnny Wrestling chant since Black and Gold. Straight up. Anybody ever remember the crowd chanting Johnny Wrestling since he was in NXT? JB! Oh, that one up, my dude. What's good? Thanks for coming in, bro. Yeah. Hell yeah. I'm happy to see you guys, man. Lori Lynch was asking me if I was going to go live tomorrow, and I told her I didn't know. I know I've said this already, but I wanted to talk hella shit today because I wanted to go live just because of everything I saw on Twitter and because of the SmackDown episode. Plus, I don't know that I'll be ready to be live at 10 in the morning tomorrow. I mean, I could, but I feel like everybody else that normally does watch alongs are going to do watch alongs, and I feel like you guys all go and watch them, right? So, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure Jesse will do a watch along. I'm pretty sure who else does watch alongs? If people want me to do a watch along, I could. It also just depends on if I get sleep tonight or not. I didn't sleep last night. I haven't slept much in the last 2 weeks, to be honest. Hey, shit, Otis is in here? What? Otis, what's good, bro? Hope you're enjoying your day off. Did you watch SmackDown earlier when it was live, or are you watching it for the first time now? 'Cause I know a few of you guys haven't watched it yet, and I've been just talking about it and spoiling the shit out of it. Not on purpose, but, you know. Good to see you. Yeah, everybody say hi to the an OG moderator for OTS, Otis Entertainment. If you don't follow him, go follow his channel. You still streaming and stuff, Otis? Where did I get that hat? Um, to be honest, oh, it's a Nike golf hat. It's a Nike golf beanie, which I thought was dope because never seen a Nike golf beanie. And if I pull this flap down and wear it like this, it's got the Nike symbol with the two golf clubs. But I think I got it from the Nike app, and I got it probably like I don't know. It was more than the 2 years ago. I think I got it the year of COVID or the year my mom passed away. It was 2020 or 2021, I'm sure. Okay, you're watching it now. All right. So they got Will Ferrell with curlers in his hair, naked in the tub. So he's been compromised by the Illuminati, clearly. How's your streams going, Otis? I can't possibly sit through another Jurassic Park movie this at this age in life. The first two were cool when I was a kid in middle school and high school, and then Jurassic World missed me with all this stuff. Look at it. What is he? Jaws? I'm driving the boat now. Ah! We're gonna need a bigger boat. And it's a fucking T-Rex that pops out the water. Come on, man. We already seen that scene in Hollywood. And it was believable, sort of, because it was a goddamn shark, not a fucking T-Rex. Have you been gaming? Are you streaming about wrestling? What you been up to? I was saying earlier before you joined in, I was saying there's a few people that have just turned into ghosts in the venue. I said Otis has been missing. Midmost Mark, I don't know. I don't know what happened to Jeremy. Um, I don't see him anywhere anymore. Rage has been gone. She popped in today and said hi, but as quick as she said hi, she was gone. I don't know what's going on with her. I haven't been checking in on people because I've just been going through some crazy shit over here myself. That's got me. My anxiety's been at an all-time high for weeks because of just life and its uncertainty. Yeah, I don't want to get into it too much because it doesn't really matter. But I don't want to be like, woe is me. But I'm facing some serious issues, and depending on the outcome, I don't know. There might be some major life changes that come in my near future, and I don't know where that's going to lead me. But we'll see. You talked to Rage earlier. Jeremy is good. Okay. Now we're just open palm slapping chests. Ray Phoenix, you're lucky. That's 2 botches on the top rope by Ray Phoenix. Thanks for being here, everybody. I try to tell myself that, Amanda, in most situations, yes. One particular issue that I've got that I'm facing, I don't know if I can't fix the situation and they go through with what they are threatening me with, and not a threat, not a physical threat or anything like that, but just some legal stuff. If I can't sort through that, I don't. That's gonna really, really, my life's gonna change, and I don't know where I'm gonna end up in terms of like having a place to live and stuff like that. I just don't know. So I feel like there are evil forces out there working against me right now. Nothing's really been the same since my mom passed away. Everything was smooth sailing, and once she passed away, then it all just started piling up. And I thought, okay, when you're dealing with loss, like you're not all there in the head and emotion, you're not all there emotionally because you're so focused on the loss and the pain. So when the stuff started piling up on me financially and legally, I was still going through the motions of like grieving my mom. So it wasn't really registering in my brain like the seriousness of everything. Like, oh, I was thinking like you said, Amanda, everything will work out, and it was just kind of like no big deal. It's like just the hits keep coming, and this hit that I'm about to take now is like, well, if I gotta move, like, if I don't know, bro. I don't have anywhere to go if I have to leave where I live now. So it's like, uh, what do I do with all my stuff? How do I don't have, being disabled, I don't have money like that to just be able to go find it, go put a deposit down, first and last month's rent down on a new place. Like I don't have that luxury. So it's got my stress level just really through the roof because I'm like, what do I do if I don't have anywhere to live type of deal, you know what I mean? But I'm praying and hoping it all works out. We'll see. I think that's another reason why I haven't been sleeping much lately. So hopefully once that gets sorted one way or another, then maybe I can sleep longer than 2 hours a night. Thank you, Otis. I'm okay. Just people and bullshit. I just feel like there's some unseen force trying to fuck my life up for whatever reason. My apartments are accusing me of some shit that I didn't do, and they want to throw me out of here. So I don't know if I need to go get a lawyer and fight it. I don't know if I can resolve it with them. Uh, I'm waiting to hear back from people, so I'm kind of in limbo right now, and that's probably the worst thing is not knowing either or. Like even if I do have to move, like knowing one way or another would be great for my mental health. Not knowing is like not knowing is the worst. Yeah, I just feel like I'm a lost cause, Amanda. I don't know. My mom was kind of like my compass, and when life handed me bullshit, I could just go to her and tell her what's going on, and at least hear her advice, whether I took her advice or not. At least I felt like I was being steered in the right direction. And ever since she died, it's like It's like when the boat is docked and there's the rope that's wrapped around the little hook on the dock, holding the boat to the dock, right? That rope got cut when my mom died, and now I'm just floating out in no man's land now. Like, what do I do? Don't know what direction to go in. Don't know. Life just don't feel the same. If you were ever a kid and you got separated from your mom in a public place with a lot of people, like at a mall or a fair or whatever, that feeling of panic of like, oh shit, where's my parents? And then you just see all these random strangers everywhere, and you're like, oh my god, that's the feeling I have, man. Every single day I have that feeling. When there's a problem, I'm like, let me call my mom. Oh, can't. I have to do. Appreciate that, Otis, for real. My men- Whoa, that was a crazy move. My mental health has been in the absolute toilet. You want to hear a crazy stat, chat? Back to wrestling and not my stupid life. Phoenix's timing is off, bro. Phoenix almost slipped off the top rope doing moves twice, which I've never seen him do. And then that little half 619 back into a spinning roundhouse kick that he does was not even close. He wasn't even in position to hit Ciampa with that kick. Here's a crazy stat for y'all. There are more people in attendance for this SmackDown tonight than all of AEW Dynamite, including Grand Slam Mexico combined for the month of June. Let that sink in. And there was reportedly approximately 14,000 people at Grand Slam Mexico. Dynamite's been averaging like 2,600 people per show. That's a crazy stat. It's crazy as shit. I'm not gonna name no names because I don't want to put the person on blast. But somebody came at me crazy on Twitter because I made a comment about AEW the other day, and it's not the first time the person has said something to me about my negativity towards AEW. And me and this person have followed each other many, many years, and I had to like explain like I'm not just shitting on AEW because it's a cool thing to do or because I'm trying to be like JD or something. Like I had to remind him I've been shitting on AEW way before JD did. At, like a good year, a good 2 years before JD started shitting on AEW because I saw the writing on the wall when Cody left. That's when I started dumping on AEW. That's when they lost their aura to me. When Cody left, and then the whole punk situation. Now, I wasn't saying Tony Khan should have fired like the Young Bucks and Jack Perry instead, but I definitely don't think he should have fired Punk. But I know, and then all the Punk, all the hate that Punk got because of what he did, you know, like Jesse don't like Punk for what he did in AEW and stuff like that. But I'm like, you guys, he did that on purpose because he knew it would get him fired. I firmly believe he did that whole thing with Jack Perry because he knew that he couldn't coexist. Punk had gone through enough locker room issues in WWE when he was here in his first run. I think he knew already if he sticks around in AEW with all these people that have a problem with him, at some point you can only keep your mouth shut for so long and you're gonna end up snapping. And if Punk would have kept if Punk would have kept his hands to himself that day and he stayed in the company, probably around now is when he'd probably be having enough and then he'd do some shit or he'd do something to get in trouble or he'd say something to Tony Khan to get in trouble and get fired now. And then everybody would be like, "Oh yeah, same old CM Punk." I honestly think he probably thought either way I'm going to lose, so I might as well just bow out now as opposed to try to coexist with these guys that I don't like and that don't like me before tension really gets high and even worse drama happens. So my belief is that Punk really did what he did to purposely get fired so that he could give himself an opportunity to. What's that sign say? Haters said canceled. Riyadh said sold out. Last time I watched AEW, Sammy Guevara was holding up those cue cards during commercials. Holy shit. What was that, like 3, 4 years ago? Golf in Ireland, so they better get their Irish poster boy, Rory McIlroy. Didn't golf originate in Scotland? I mean Ireland or Scotland? I think the game originated in the UK. It was either Ireland or Scotland, I think, is where golf was invented, which is wild to think about because of how popular it is here in America. And anytime I see anything about the UK, it doesn't have anything to do with golf. That's for sure. Dude wipes. Dude wipes. What a name. I feel like as a man, I would be less embarrassed to go to the store to buy baby wipes because then if somebody saw that or said something, you could just play it off like, you've got a kid at home, you got to buy baby wipes, right? But if you're in the shopping, if you're in the grocery store and you're shopping and people walk by and they see dude wipes in your cart, they know exactly, like, they're probably thinking, God knows what, like, oh, this dude's gonna go home and shit himself. Or does this dude wear a diaper? Like, why is he buying dude man wipes? You know what I mean? I'd be paranoid. That's just me, though. Sorry, Chad, I had to come to the kitchen to just throw my chicken in the air fryer. I think skin side down. I think it goes skin side down. I need to marinate these chicken thighs. Marinate. Lemon pepper. See some Dano's chipotle. All right, Gucci. About 15 minutes. All right, cool. See if the hamburger meat is ready. Not really. Almost. I made some killer beef broccoli the other night, chat. Oh shit, I gotta feed my dog real quick. Hang on, chat. 1 second. I'm still on the headset. My dog is staring at me like she is offended that I'm cooking for myself, and she's like, "Where's mine at?" I didn't see this part earlier in the show either when I watched it live. I think next time the WWE goes to Saudi, I'm not watching live. It's too fucking early to do SmackDown and then the pay per view the next day, both at 10 a.m. It's god ass awful. And Michael Cole says tomorrow night. No, actually, bright and early at the ass crack of dawn for me. 10 a.m. Oh, I want to watch them. I don't want to watch as much as I love wrestling. I don't want to wake up at 10 a.m. and watch a pay per view. I really don't. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but oh well, chat. Here's a botch. Oh, my dog is gonna be pissed. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to thaw the dog food out. It's frozen solid. I don't give my dog like dry kibble. It's like a human grade beef stew. I'm sorry, Duchess. I don't. Your your food ain't ready. It's not going to be ready for a long time. You got a couple of hours to wait. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to hear, but my bad, my bad. Oh yeah, Otis. I've been on yeah, I play Warzone mostly. I've been playing Warzone like every day. She won't eat. She's old enough now where she's lost a lot of teeth and she won't eat dry dog food, but I've never had her on dry dog food because when my mom was alive, she would come over to my place and she'd be like, "Can I take the dog for the weekend?" I'd be like, "Sure, no problem." Well, the weekend would go by, my mom would bring my dog back, and my dog wouldn't eat her food at all. And this is when I had her on dry food, and I'd be like, this happened like 5 separate times. I had to retrain my dog to eat dry food like 5 times, and on the sixth time, I just said, "Here you go, mom," and I gave my dog to my mom. So she lived with my mom for like 6 years until my mom passed away. And then obviously I got her back, but my mom was sitting there. She would hold her in her lap and hand feed my dog human food, like that. My mom would cook for herself and her husband, like steak and sweet potatoes and liver and shit like that, right? So she would hand feed human food to my dog, and then I get my dog back, and my dog would just I'd put food in her bowl, and it would stay in her bowl for days and days. She wouldn't eat for days, and I was like, "This is so mean to do to my dog." But my mom did not want her eating dry food, so now she's too old to eat dry food. But even if she had all her teeth, she wouldn't eat it. She's just been on human grade food too much. So I had to find a happy medium. So there's a pet food company called My Perfect Pet, I think. What's the name of my dog food? But it comes in like little 1 pound bricks, like little frozen squares, and it's like beef and carrots and kale and sweet potato and turmeric and like all the things that are good for dogs. It's just hella expensive. I think I spend about $120 a month on dog food. Now we're talking not that might be normal if you have like a 100 pound dog, like a big ass dog, and you buy the big ass 50 pound bags of food or 25 pound bags of food. But my dog is like this big. I shouldn't be spending $120 on food for somebody that size. Yin and yang. How do we feel about their rivalry from when it started till now? I feel like this, even though there's a huge gap, like a 10-year gap in between, CM Punk and John Cena, I think, has got to be up there in at least my top 5 favorite rivals of all time. Rivalries. I've always loved Cena versus Punk, even in the times where I didn't like Cena whatsoever. Wait, what? Who just walked by? Our Truth? Yeah. I missed this during the live show too. Oh shit. Well, I missed this during the live airing. Why, Alistair? Why? I love his intro song still from NXT. Never could. We will never be equal. All right, so we're getting Alistair Black, Ron Killings, the Truth feud, huh? At least they're doing. I heard good things about Alistair Black a day or two ago on X. Apparently, people are really happy with him backstage, and he's set to get a big push. How has Byron Saxton managed to last this long in the company? They're dressed in all black too. Why are all the baby faces dressed in black tonight? I know our Truth's hair looks like a fucking road map, don't it? They the only threat we got because they the only tag team other than DIY. Who's fucking tag teams in WWE besides them three? Oh wait, who's that? Is that B-Fab? I thought they let her go. That's B-Fab, right? Or am I tripping? Wait, why do they have heel music? Yeah, Patrick. I Street Profits, Wyatt Six, DIY, Legado del Fantasma. Um, the woman with the red braids in her hair that was backstage just now talking to the Street Profits. Wasn't that B-Fab? Anyone else see that? I don't know what part of the show you guys are on. For me, the Street Profits are walking out to the ring. They just got to the ring right now. I do not like this music for the Street Profits at all. Oh yeah, Jen, but they haven't been on. I haven't seen Pretty Deadly wrestle since like the week of WrestleMania. Like, what happened to them? In fact, I chatted that in JD's stream last week. Like, where's Pretty Deadly? Not that I like them or I'm fans of them, but they're a tag team and that I haven't seen in weeks. Oh yeah, I know she's not out there with them, but she said something. She said good luck to him, and she said something to him backstage before they came out. They'll be back. Big Nose liked them. Yeah, Pretty Dead is right. Dead on arrival. Dead on arrival. What did you call Big Nose the other day, Jen? In JD's last week, I was dead. I think you typed the like the nose emoji 3 times or something. I was cracking up laughing. Triple schnoz. LeBron James, get the fuck off of my TV screen. I love when people try to argue with me about LeBron being the GOAT. I shut him down all the time, and it has nothing to do with Michael Jordan. I mean, I'll fully always believe that he's the GOAT, Michael Jordan, but my argument about LeBron doesn't even involve Michael Jordan. I'm like, in the LeBron era, spanning throughout his career, there's this little light-skinned dude over in the Bay Area named Steph Curry, who's also got the same amount of championships as LeBron. They each have 4. Steph Curry has all 4 with one team. LeBron has 4 rings with 3 teams. You cannot call LeBron James the GOAT. I'm sorry. Nobody had 6 rings in Jordan's era but the Chicago Bulls. Nobody. And Jordan had all his rings with the same team. That automatically disqualifies LeBron in my opinion. But that's enough of that. B flat said, "Look, I can measure all night long, honey. Doc is definitely bigger." Oh, why did I just read that out loud? I should have read that first before I read it out loud. I did not realize. Jen got me good. Here's the other thing, and this is sometimes what people throw in my face when I say Jordan's the GOAT. Bill Russell's got more championships than LeBron, Jordan, and Steph Curry combined, right? So how is he never in the GOAT discussion? Because nobody that talks about basketball was ever, at least amongst people our age and younger. No, I wasn't alive to see Bill Russell play. So it's like that out of sight, out of mind thing. Even though he should always be in the GOAT conversation because basketball was different when he played, man. And there wasn't nearly as many teams. There's way better competition now than there was back then, so it was easier to get championship wins when you're like the. What kind of shorts is Kevin Owens wearing? LaFraud is right. Thank you, Eddie Foster. Jordan didn't go, hey, I'm not good enough to get this done on my own. I need you to go get like 2 other All Stars and pair them up with me. The NBA is so trash. I did have a good time watching this year's postseason though with the Indiana Pacers. Ooh, Damian Priest, Aleister Black. Uh-oh. Damian Priest versus Aleister Black. I might be down for that. Facts, Jen. Uh, facts. Oh, Otis's team won the title. Congrats to the OKC Thunder. You should see all the pissed off people in Seattle that will not acknowledge the Thunder's championship, bro. Even the news anchor on the news up in Seattle the other night was like, he didn't announce. He announced it as the Pacers lost Game 7, and it was the very last thing he said on the news. He's like, in other news, Indiana Pacers lost Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and then like the feed, and then they rolled the credits. He didn't say like anything about the Oklahoma City Thunder at all. Like Seattle hates that the Supersonics left, bro. They hate it. And also, the Oklahoma City Thunder have all of Seattle's stats, right? Because they were the Sonics that then became the Thunder. So anything that Seattle ever did has been transferred over to the Thunder. Like the Thunder had all those epic teams back in the '90s with like Gary Payton and Sean Kemp and shit. And the Portland Trailblazers, I don't know what they're doing with this draft, but I've heard that Portland is about to get a Major League Baseball expansion team called the Portland Cascades. Russell Wilson and his wife Sierra are co-owners, and they are trying to get an $800 million stadium built on the waterfront of the Willamette River downtown in Portland, with a clear shot of like Mount Hood in the background. And my theory is that they're tanking the Blazers so that they can sell them and move them out of Portland, because there's so many hardcore Blazer fans here. If the Blazers leave, they're going to be so sad. They're going to have nothing else to do but be forced to go to these damn baseball games and pay the ticket prices so that the ownership group can make their money back for the price of the stadium, on top of taxing the taxpayers for it. I didn't see this match either earlier. What the fuck? I didn't even know this match was on SmackDown earlier. What the hell was I doing? I gotta go check on my chicken. I said I gotta go check on my chicken. Check, not choke. BRB. You guys are sickos. I know what you were thinking. You thought you heard me right the first time, but you goddamn didn't. You goddamn didn't. Joe who? Joe Dumars? I think we said Joe Dumars. If you know, you know. That's crazy. They brought the Wyatt Six all the way to Riyadh when they haven't really done shit with them, in my opinion. Wait, Legado Fantasma is watching outside the ring too. So this is the entire tag team division right here watching this match or in this match. This is all the tag teams. That's it. Remember when back in the days when WWE had so many freaking tag teams, bro? Otis, now that I think about it, you're a Cowboys fan, so you needed to be a fan of another team and have that team win in order for you to make up for the 3 decades plus that your football team has absolutely sucked cock, bro. Cowboy shit. Cowboy shit, right? I watch the Cowboys so you guys don't have to. I love watching the Cowboys because I know that they're an accident waiting to happen. I actually used to fear the Cowboys for the Seahawks back in the day. And then when they had that game in Seattle and Tony Romo botched the placement holding for the kick at the end to beat Seattle, when that moment happened, that was like the light bulb moment that went off for me that I realized I don't have to worry about the Cowboys. They it was because of Tony Romo, right? Like every time Tony Romo was decent, but then anytime he had to make a play, he threw a pick or got his collarbone separated from his body, or he always fucked up at some point. But I still kept fearing him. And then when that one play happened and he botched the kick, I don't remember if it was a field goal attempt or an extra point, but when he botched that, I realized I don't have to worry about the Cowboys anymore. Like, what am I worrying for? They do this every time. And I have not worried about the Cowboys since, and that's been how many fucking years? 15? Being a Bills fan, it's tough to be empathetic. Yeah, the Bills are decent, man. I remember the Bills being kick-ass when I was a kid, but I'm trying to think of how many teams went to the Super Bowl like 4 times and lost. Sorry, John. And then there's Amanda gloating because of her fucking Philadelphia Eagles. God damn it. I like the Eagles about as much as I like the Cowboys. But I do fuck with Saquon Barkley, and I was super happy that he left New York and went to Philly. And he had a great season. It was fun watching him last year. I was also a big Reggie White fan when I was a kid, and Reggie White started with the Eagles before he went to Green Bay. Reggie White was one of my favorite players as a kid growing up. Yeah, the Eagles are a very good run franchise. They'll be in the playoffs and in contention all the time. Only if Buffalo can get past Mahomey and Lamar and Burrow. Yeah, Buffaloes are kind of in a tough division with those guys. Mahomes, Lamar, and Burrow, but Josh, what's his name? Why can't I think of his name? I see his face in my mind. That was quarterback Josh Allen, right? He's dope. I really like that kid. He reminds me of like an old school like quarterback from like the 1980s. Only he's got a little more movement to him. Hey now, hey now, tread lightly, OTS. Tread lightly. Lamar's my guy. The Ravens are my second favorite team. Wait, Cristiano Ronaldo plays for the Riyadh team? I didn't know that. Sweet. I just didn't. What about Romo's back issues? Oh yeah. Yeah, Romo was just goddamn, dude. Romo got murdered every other game, I swear. This year the Bills will beat the Chiefs. I hope so. I'm so sick and tired of the Kansas City Chiefs. Shout out to Midmo Smart. So it's a disqualification. So now every tag team just it's a free for all. Oh my god. All right, my face was fine until this match. Now it's starting to itch. So is Bo Dallas their manager? Bo Dallas is the manager, right? Since he doesn't have matches, I'm just going to consider Bo Dallas as their manager. I forgot Eric Rowan was back in the WWE. Oh, Fraxium was the team we didn't mention. So there's 5 tag teams. My bad. There's 5. That's weird. It's an odd number. I guess you have to have an odd number because you got your champions and then you have to have an equal amount of teams to challenge, right? So the other 2 teams and the other 2 teams can face and then you can intermatch them and then yeah, there has to be an odd number. That's not Bo Dallas. That dude looks way too big. Bo Dallas? He's that tall? Sorry, Uncle Howdy. My fault. My fault. Burrow's okay, but I don't know. He didn't have such a good year last year. Wow, Dawkins is a big dude to just do that. He looked like he floated in the air, bro. That was awesome. Well, Montez Ford dove over the post, the pole. Bro, if you fuck that up, you're kicking your face on the pole, dude. That was impressive by Montez Ford. Even more impressive than Dawkins' flip. Wow. I love the Street Profits. I want all the smoke. Uncle Howdy looks like he went down somebody's chimney, doesn't he? He looks like he's just covered in black ash, soot all over his face. Aaron Rodgers, a Steeler. How about that's one of the most random fucking things? When Seattle traded DK Metcalf to the Steelers, I thought, okay, so him and Russell will be reunited and they'll be a great tandem. And then they sent Russell to the Giants. So it made me wonder how happy DK Metcalf is with the fact that now Aaron Rodgers is his quarterback. And Aaron Rodgers is only going to be there for a year. He ain't going to be there no long term, right? The Steelers have Aaron. I cannot picture Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform at all whatsoever. That's the most random move in all of football this year. Yep. Everybody rejoice. SmackDown is back to 2 hours, everybody. And Raw's only at 2.5, so we've got some normalcy restored with wrestling. We don't got to sit here through bull. I mean, it'll still be bullshit, but 2 hours is so much easier to get through than 3. But then we're gonna hear the fucking whiners and the crybabies and complainers on Twitter talking about how where's so and so? Why did you stop pushing so and so? Well, maybe because there's an hour less of TV time now per week, which is what you were crying for, anyways. Otis is just now at the Cena. Wait, how are you just now at the Cena and Punk promo? I'm at Jacob Fatu and Jimmy backstage. Yaramin. Team these two up. I think if Jimmy doesn't help Solo tomorrow, I can see them reuniting with Roman. I can see Jimmy reuniting and Jacob coming along. I mean, what is she wearing? She looked like fucking. She looks like the genie from Aladdin, the blue one from Disney's Aladdin, right? Robin Williams. Why they got her wearing that? Nia Jax has always had some terrible ring gear. Like her hair and her face is always pretty and looks really good, but her ring gear is always just like, what the fuck? Holy shit, that's Tiffany Stratton. When my eyes first saw her, I thought that was Gwen Stefani. Well, my eyes just played tricks on me. I thought I was looking at. I was like, wait, why are they advertising Gwen Stefani for? Is she gonna be like a host? Yarami. Rogers went to the most physical division in pro football. What a dumbass. Facts, Jen, because he's like in his 40s. That guy. So when Carlito got fired and everybody wanted to make a big stink of it, JD had made a point like he took that one moment from 2 years ago and parlayed it into doing absolutely fuck all. He had the easiest time of anybody on the roster for 2 years and he was getting paid, right? Where was I going with that thought? My thought just left my brain. Hold on. Holy shit, what was I just thinking about? Was I thinking about wrestling or football? Now I can't remember. I was going to compare Carlito's situation to somebody's. Oh, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers parlayed his one Super Bowl win like how many moons ago? Was I even a father when Aaron Rodgers won his first Super Bowl? I mean, holy fuck. He's managed to parlay one Super Bowl win into this. And we had to listen to Stephen A. Smith for 20 years talk about how he's the most prolific thrower of the football I've ever seen. What does that mean, the most prolific thrower of the football? There were times where I rooted for the Packers, but I was never an Aaron Rodgers fan. Rodgers has cross syndrome. What do you mean, Jen? What is cross syndrome? Yeah, Otis. We're back to 2 hours SmackDown. Raw's down to 2.5 hours. That's good. I'm Gucci with that. But everybody's going to be complaining that they're not going to be seeing superstars where they act like that they're their favorite. You know, what'd you do with so and so? Where's so and so? They haven't been seen in weeks. Well, check Twitter on Friday mornings. WWE Speed. Hey, did you see that Nikita Lyons was on Speed this morning and she lost to some chick I've never heard of before? I thought that was crazy. Cross syndrome. He don't want to get physical. Oh, cross syndrome about not taking bumps. Got you. Sorry, my brain is so fucking slow tonight. 2013. Crazy. How's Otis already on the John Cena promo and I'm on a commercial? I don't understand how he's so far ahead. Where are you? Where is everybody within the show? Am I way behind y'all? Are y'all with Otis? Are y'all watching Cena and Punk right now? God damn it! Let's get physical, physical. Some of us are old enough to know that song. That's funny. Some of us in the chat weren't alive when that song was born or when that song was made. That was funny, Jen. Otis, and great promo. Otis, what are you doing? Watching it fast forward 2x? A new trend on cringe. Mercedes Monet is a new trend on cringe. And then I had a friend of JD's tweet at me that he liked Mercedes promo last night. I'm like, what? When she referred to Tony as not the motherfucker, but the fucker that she was gonna fuck over or something like that. Why did she use 3 F-bombs? Why weren't they edited? Why is she calling Tony Khan a motherfucker? Do y'all believe that she's really with Beast Mortos? I find that hard to believe. I thought she had a thing for Tony Khan. I really did. When they said that she was dating Beast Mortos, I about lost my shit. I couldn't even wrap my head around that. He looks like he stinks. Like actually smells. Last week Tiffany was wearing black with leopard print. This week it was Zelina Vega. What do we think is happening tomorrow with the women's match? It's crazy to see all these women with like full outfits on. Hope that place is in air conditioning because I think at like 9 o'clock at night it was like 104 degrees there. How do we feel about the new in-ring announcer, everyone? Do we like that guy? Ah, I feel like he's trying too hard with that voice. It's not that I don't like him, but I just feel like he's going try hard mode. California, like nobody talks like that. Like he said Nia Jax fine, but when he said California like that, it was weird. And their opponent. He is champion. Huge pop. How is Otis on the CM Punk promo and I'm just starting Nia Jax versus Tiffany Stratton? This is crazy. This don't make no sense to me. It don't make a bit of sense to me, Billy. I think I need to flip the chicken. I know it's cooked, but I need to crisp the skin one more time. My dog is not. My dog is like looking around for food. Yeah, keep looking. Keep looking, bitch. I fucked up, alright? I admit it. I fucked up. There's no food yet. There's no food yet. There's no food yet. I'm sorry. There's no food. I have food for you, but it's thawing out. It's thawing out. Yeah, I'm failing in like every aspect of life right now. They don't. Which women's match was better, Julia and Zelina Vega or Nia Jax and Tiffany Stratton? What do y'all think? Mike Rouse. What's up, Mike Rouse? Thanks for stopping in. Good to see you, bro. That's okay, bro. It's good to see you in here. Haven't seen you for a while. I had to walk a mile at 5 a.m. Oh. Wait, how long have you been in here, Mike? Well, I missed hella comments. Did you know that Izzy Dane and Braun Breaker were dating? I thought Braun Breaker was dating who's Izzy Dane? I thought who was he dating before Izzy Dane? I thought he was dating why can't I think of her name? Yeah, JD tore this match apart. I'm here. I'm at the Special Olympics sports camp. Try out for U.S. Games. Oh, dude. Good shit, Mike. That's why you had to walk a mile at 5 a.m. Good luck with your tryouts, bro. That's awesome. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, Jen. It was by far the worst Tiffany Stratton match. And I don't know how much of that was her fault, but uh, Nia Jax's timing has always been way off. If we were, if Nia Jax had tried out for WWE on the original Tough Enough, I don't think she would have made it onto the. I don't care if she's part of the Bloodline or not. I don't think they would have put her on the roster. Yeah, go get him, Mike. I hope you make it, bro. And just do your best. That's all you can do. But that's awesome that you're trying out. You're trying out for the U.S. Games. Oh, the U.S. Games are going to be in Minnesota in 2026 next year. Oh, that's awesome. That's actually dope. Good for you, bro. Nix. Am I saying your name right? Nix. Nice to meet you. Thank you for stopping in. Um, your name is new to me. I'm assuming you know of JD or Monster. Uh, Mike, before you leave, hit the like button. Do me a favor, would you? That would greatly help me out. Oh yeah, Cora Jade. That's right. Yeah, I knew they broke up, but I couldn't think of who he was dating. Thank you, Sinister. Yeah, her timing's always been terrible, man, and it creates like for the women that do know timing, then they get all messed up, and then it's just a big old botch fest. I hate when her timing is off. I hate it. That's what really the women suffer most from is the timing issue in the ring, I believe. Nia Jax can't wrestle and her timing is off, so it's a double whammy for her. Thank God we're not subjected to see Tamina anymore. Basically a female viscera. Holy shit. Jen just dropping truth bombs tonight. Who? Who is Satnam Singh? Who is Satnam Singh? I don't know. Did I miss somebody? Satnam and Omos will return as a new age version of the Demon Mongs. Oh, he's the Kali one. He's the Timu Great Kali from AEW. I mean, he should be in the main event, but they're not in India. Well, I know where Almost is. He was on Chris Van Vliet last week, so at least there's been an Almost sighting recently. But I think he's in MLW, right? Or they called him up from MLW, but they haven't done anything with him. I think the report was that they called him up from MLW back to WWE around WrestleMania, but I could be wrong about that. I don't know. Combined AR 14 feet of monkey cry. Did you all hear that MJF was at MLW last night? Really? No, I didn't hear that, Eddie. I'm starting to think, Sinister, that you've got another account named the Great Khali. I know somebody that I know. One of you motherfuckers is the Great Khali in the chat because the Great Khali has not been in JD's chat in probably since WrestleMania. Okay, Jen, there's no reason to listen to JD. He played Red Skies. What you mean, Mike? Detective Hooley? What you talking about? Oh my God. Was that a botch through the table and she just completely dead weighted Tiffany Stratton? Holy shit. Nia Jax looks like she's smuggling a pillow. I was just playing Sinister. Oh, good job. You can't stay long. That's okay, Mike. I appreciate you coming in. Hit the like button, if you don't mind. And if you got to get up early again, yeah, uh, for sure. Good luck tomorrow. Night of Champions probably isn't going to be that great anyway, so I'm glad that you have something that you're. I'm glad that you have a goal that you're working towards tomorrow instead of just. I might be live, but that'll be. I'll shout you out tomorrow too. That's awesome. I'd rather be trying out for something, doing something active than being forced to watch Night of Champions at 10 a.m. Que habla español un poquito. I'm seeing this Wendy's ad, the Wendy's and the Takis collab. Every review I've seen of that meal has shitted all over it, and I don't ever see anybody talking bad about Wendy's, but everybody I've seen online says that that meal is god awful. Yeah, Mike. The Special Olympics games is in Minnesota. You said in 2026, right? Just give it your all, bro. That's all you can do. We're all here rooting for you. If you see me live tomorrow and you get an opportunity, pop in and let us know how you did. But yeah, you need to make sure you get enough proper sleep and stuff so you can be performing at your best tomorrow. And good luck with that. We're rooting for you. If you make it, I'll watch. I'll watch the Special Olympics next year when it happens. No problem, broski. Have a good night too. Make sure you get your rest. We'll hear from you soon. Opening ceremonies is going to be on ESPN. That's awesome. That's a really cool thing that you get to do and try. You get to try out for that. What are you trying out for? What sport? Running? Oh, no, I'm not smelling my armpits, chat. I had to yawn. Even though my armpits smell better than this match's. Straight up. Oh, wait, you have to run a mile to practice to. What does running a mile have to do with bowling? But I didn't even know they had bowling in the Special Olympics. The more you know, I guess. You know, if I got to see this Jurassic World extinction ad one more time, I might lose it. I might lose it. I might crash out. It says we got 8 people in here now. What's good, everybody? Welcome in. If you're new here, say what's up in the chat. I saw some new name earlier, but they didn't respond back to me, so I don't know if you're still in here or not. But thank you for being here. Type in the chat. Let us get to know you. Yeah, you're running for endurance. I got you. I got you. I feel like Nia Jax dead weights that move on people. She's gonna push someone's intestine out of their asshole if she ain't careful. Sounds good, Mike. Yeah, you can catch us up in JD's on Monday. Looking forward to hearing from you. If you can't pop in tomorrow. Hell yeah. This level of abuse, huh? Looking fresh as a daisy. What did Michael Cole just say? The final what? The final blow? Looking for the final blow? Why are we talking about Tony Khan? The only one looking for the final blow is Tony Khan, right? Oh, that's a different kind. My bad. My bad. Uh-oh. Proceed with caution. Proceed with caution. Let's go, Naomi. Let's go, Naomi. I mean, is this the longest match of the whole night? What the fuck, dude? You can't keep Nia Jax out the buffet line. Wade Barrett. I think that's what you meant to say. I saw TikTok yesterday, chat, and I think I was being trolled. It showed an OG Pizza Hut building, and it said $9.99. The buffet is back. Can anybody confirm this for me or not? She looks like she's sitting. A botched cash in, wonderful booking. Yeah, this is them teasing the cash in. Yeah, I didn't figure she was going to cash in tonight. Ooh, imagine having to put your face in between Nia Jax's thighs. Ooh, I don't want to. I feel like the weeks and weeks of teasing the cash in is so played out. I don't know how you guys feel, but I hate it. Like that was corny when she's going, yeah, now, but then she's pulling. Like it didn't even look like she was trying to cash it in. She's like trying to pull her briefcase back from the ref as she's saying cash in now. It was like what? Didn't make any sense. The Oracle, the Orca whale. I'm gonna call him the Orca, not the Oracle. I think that's a terrible name. Like we're in the fucking Matrix. The Oracle. Stop allowing Seth Rollins to have so much say so in his creative development. Really, it's awful. Yeah, the teasing of the teasing of the Money in the Bank cash in is so played out. Was there a pre-show on before this, or was that shit that they did earlier considered the pre-show? I'm not getting up at 8 or 9 o'clock to watch pre-show bullshit. I'm not. Now this match to me that's been added like at the last minute is kind of random. Neither guy has wrestled in a hot minute, especially Karrion Cross. Like not wrestled like that. Sami Zayn and Karrion Cross is not for a title. Rhea Ripley and Raquel Rodriguez is not for a title. The pay-per-view is called Night of Champions, I thought. I thought this is the pay-per-view where every match is for a title. Did we go away from that? Or am I tripping? This match also, well, it's not for a title, but at least Queen of the Ring is something. So I'll accept that they have this match on Night of Champions, but the oral. Jen, you're naughty. If it's Night of Champions, I swear Night of Champions, or was it Clash of Champions? I thought the Night of Champions was where every match is for a title. What they did earlier was the pre-show. Okay, so when it starts tomorrow, it's just they're starting the pay-per-view right off. We don't have to listen to Peter Rosenberg and all the pre-show cringe panel talking forever. Counting zeros every day. I can't believe in 30 days, 35 days, we're getting another 2-hour, 2-day pre-PLE. this is going to absolutely ruin the 2-day manias, and the 2-day manias aren't even that good to begin with, right? But I feel like having multiple 2-day PLEs in a year is overkill. 2 nights for SummerSlam is when they announced that WrestleMania was going to be 2 nights. Even though I didn't really want it, I understood that it made sense because of how much talent is on the roster and how greedy WWE is. But I figured, okay, that's their flagship pay-per-view. That's the thing that started it all. That put them on the map, right? So okay, fine. I can get over the fact that they do a 2-day Mania. A 2-day SummerSlam, bro. Nah, that I cannot get behind. Oh my god. I guess just every commercial break they're gonna automatically play Jurassic World. I guess that's what we're doing here. How many times have we seen this commercial? Like 15? 15? Well, speaking of Pizza Hut, they just showed a Pizza Hut ad, and they said nothing about no, the Pizza Hut buffet is back, especially for not no $9.99. Like, there's no way if they brought a buffet back that it would be that cheap. Go, go lay down, lay down. When it's ready, I'll let your ass know. It's thawing pretty quick, actually. It's not gonna take hours out. It'll be like 30 minutes. Chill, chill, yo. Chill your dill. Thank you guys for hanging out. Did you all see Mercedes promo where she's cussing out Tony Khan? I can't let this go today because I've been very critical of her, and I never thought she was a good promo, even in WWE. I always said she was cringe on the mic. And you want to talk about somebody that's parlayed a career off of one moment? Has Mercedes Moné had any match come close, halfway close to the level that her and Bailey were on it, take over Brooklyn, the first one? I don't think she has. I don't think she's had a good match since. If she has, I can't remember it, and I would be totally fine if somebody like schooled me on that. I'm saying that because I genuinely can't remember. I cannot think of a match that she's had that even came remotely close to that match with Bailey. So what does that mean? I mean, Stephanie Becker, that was a botch fest of a match, and Stephanie Becker out wrestled her like by leaps and bounds. When I seen that, that kind of changed my whole perception on Mercedes Moné. And then this hijacking of the women's division since she came in. I'm like, she's for sure dating Tony Khan or something because this don't make no sense. But here we go, chat. The moment we've all been waiting for. Listen to the crowd erupt. Holy fuck. Man, it was like they were just kind of making noise and, they were a little lively tonight. And then, my God, where was this noise all night? Sheesh. I'm not going to do too much talking during this segment because I know y'all want to see it. We can talk about it after. John Cena. Brush your mouth with Colgate. Your whole clan lay your ass down for the 3-second 10. My time is now. You can't see me. My time is now. Franchise when I'm shining now. Yeah. Fuck yeah. I did not see this coming. I got fucking goosebumps, chat. Again, dude, I marked the fuck out this morning when this happened. I marked the fuck out. I had chills during this entire segment from head to toe, no cap. I was not expecting no Punk life in response. Even after John Cena stole the pipe bomb, I did not even think that CM Punk would come out and respond by doing John Cena's gimmick. When this song hit, I jumped out of my skin. Look at John Cena's like, what the fuck? Nah, this ain't bad at all. Punk is already talking. He hasn't started talking on my screen yet. Basic punkonomics. We all see you moving slow-mo. Holy shit. You're like a Timu Macklemore with Mackle-less rhythm. He called me a player hater. Let's be honest, John Cena's buried more talent than The Undertaker. I'd retire too if this place rehired my ex. A fish belly Hulk Hogan? Woohoo! CM Punk is spitting straight bars. CM Punk. Fuck yeah. You can't wrestle. Holy fuck. They are spitting straight bars. You can't wrestle. Oh, the Hollywood producer. He works for DC, but you'll always be the Marine to me. He messed up that line. He said you're an ass kiss. He should have said you're a kiss ass. You ain't never been in my class. That's what he meant to say. You're gonna lose tomorrow night because bitch, you're my Drake. Oh, that was straight fucking fire. CM Punk fucking cooked his ass. But like I said, chat, when you get the last word or the last physicality before the PLE, you lose your match. I wonder what's going to happen in the match. Like, is CM Punk going to beat? I mean, is John Cena going to beat CM Punk clean? Like, holy! Can I rewind that? I want to watch that segment again, man. Holy mother of bar spitting! Nah, but it makes me wonder if they're just one and doneing it because JD seems to think that CM Punk, I mean, John Cena is moving right on to Cody Rhodes at SummerSlam. I don't necessarily think that's so. Not to disagree with JD because he's probably right, but that little line that Michael Cole threw in on Monday Night Raw during the Cody Rhodes match. When Cody Rhodes, who was Cody Rhodes wrestling when he? Oh, was it? Oh, he was wrestling Jey Uso and he put him in the Kimura. Michael Cole said Brock Lesnar's move, the Kimura, and I thought, why would you say it's Brock Lesnar's move when Brock Lesnar hasn't been around for a year? That wasn't his finisher. That wasn't his submission. I mean, not submission, his signature. So I don't necessarily. And then I started thinking, wait, why would Michael Cole say Brock Lesnar's name during Cody Rhodes' match? Unless, and then today I read that Brock Lesnar is supposedly finalizing a 2-year deal for his final run in WWE, so he can retire when he turns 50. And I thought, what if we get Brock Lesnar tomorrow? If we don't get Brock Lesnar showing up tomorrow at Night of Champions, I firmly believe Brock Lesnar is going to be a part of the 2-night SummerSlam. I firmly believe we'll see Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam in some way, shape, or form. Involvement with Cody Rhodes. Whether he beats the fuck out of him or not. Somebody told me the other night that Cody and Brock Lesnar made up. I'm like, when? You think Cody is going heel too? Yeah. Now, if Brock Lesnar comes back, what if they could be a faction to go against Seth Rollins' group, right? Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, who else? But that wouldn't make sense because if they were heel, though, because Seth Rollins is heel. So I don't know. Do you think Cena turns face before he retires? I do. He would almost have to. Why would he retire as a heel? That wouldn't really make much sense. We just got stuck with Goldberg. Goldberg's a one-off, though. I don't mind Lesnar for another 2 years. If they do something dope with him. And I feel like if he pops up tomorrow or at SummerSlam, the crowd is going to erupt. Like, the crowd's going to eat that shit up. But I also see your point. It's like more of the same. But Goldberg, yeah, nah. And why are they bringing Goldberg back for Saturday night's main event? It's so random. He's going to have his retirement match. But then they also kept saying, if he loses the title, it's his retirement match. Well, why wouldn't it be his retirement match? But the fact that they keep saying if, I'm like, if they have this guy win and he's not retired, do you understand the heat that's going to bring? Sinister. Am I seeing do I need my vision checked, chat? Does this say Goldberg should beat Gunther? Oh yeah, no, I know, Jen. I get it, but at the same time, I don't know. If they don't have Brock Lesnar just come in, immediately get a title shot, and then hog it for 2 years until he's done, they could do something epic with him. You know? If it's booked right, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I don't know why they said if. There should be no ifs. What do you mean, Patrick? Oh, if Goldberg doesn't win the match, then he retires. Yeah, I don't know why they start. Michael Cole, when he threw that line out there the other night, I'm like, why did you even say that, Michael Cole? Like, that really pissed me off that he even said it. Lesnar hasn't faced Gunther yet, has he? Because if they haven't faced each other yet, I'm certain we're getting Lesnar versus Gunther at some point. Well, that's the thing. I mean, how many years ago was it where he was fighting in Saudi with Undertaker and he almost killed him, right? Remember when he hit his fucking head on the door and fucking concussed himself? Then he comes stumbling out. And then he's sweating profusely before the match even starts. And then the moves that they were like, he was dead weighting. The Undertaker couldn't do no moves on him because he was dead weighting. And then he picked up the Undertaker and dumped him on his head, on the top of his head. And we all thought that he was going to kill him. Well, the only thing I've noticed since then is Goldberg has lost even more muscle mass. And he could barely walk to the ring the other night and step on the second rope. So if this isn't a squash match, this has to be a squash match at Saturday night's main event. It's got to be. But it can't be because it's Goldberg. Goldberg's ego won't allow himself to be squashed in his retirement. So what are we going to have, like this technical grappling match? Is Gunther just going to hold him on the ground and like do submissions on him for like 20 minutes? I just don't see a scenario where how this match is supposed to go and be good. You know what I mean? But if it was Brock Lesnar's not that, he's not as far deteriorated in shape and in age as Goldberg. He could hang with Gunther. I think they could have a decent match. I think Gunther could bring Lesnar to it. I know Lesnar only has a certain move set, you know, and he's not like a real ring technician, but I think Gunther could bring Lesnar to a good match. Kurt Angle brought Lesnar to a good match a long time ago. It can be done. He hasn't. It was supposed to happen last year at Mania. Okay, what are we talking about? Palmer, what do you mean by this comment? Goldberg admitted he's not 100%. That's another thing. Why in an interview right before your retirement match would you admit that you're not 100%? He referred to his knees. He referred to his shoulder. I think the idea is that he holds his own but gains some nod of respect. Are you talking about Goldberg? Oh, Gunther versus Lesnar was supposed to happen last year at Mania, and then the whole Vince taking a shit on people's faces and then passing them off for Brock Lesnar to urinate on happened. That's right. My bad. I totally forgot that they were supposed to do that at Mania. Do you think Brock Lesnar would have beaten Gunther in the match? I think if Vince had anything to do with that, I think they would have let Brock Lesnar beat Gunther, which would have totally killed Gunther. I'm glad that match didn't happen then. But if they want to have it now and they want to book it right, I'm down. As long as they don't just have Lesnar hogging the spotlight, because he's gonna come back at some point too, and because he's got to tie up some loose ends, right? Lesnar has to, whether you like him or not, whether you want him in the company or not, he has to finish his story with Paul Heyman. He has to. At some point, they have to probably reunite again. I can't stand this for Gunther. It does nothing for him. Oh, yeah, I get that. I get that. But what are we going to also do? Lesnar's going to have some sort of interaction with Seth Rollins now because Seth Rollins is with Paul Heyman. And if they're a faction, Lesnar's going to be part of a faction to go against Seth Rollins or something. Maybe Lesnar comes back for War Games. I don't know if they do War Games this year. I know JD said he doesn't want War Games, and I don't really want another War Games because that'll be how many in a row, but you can do Survivor Series without War Games. But I feel like Lesnar's going to have to finish his story with Paul Heyman. Amanda's annoyed. But that little snippet that Cole threw in there during Cody's match about that move being Brock Lesnar, and I'm shocked that JD didn't say anything. Because I felt like that was just a little quick Easter egg that Michael Cole just tossed in there. And I thought for sure that when I went to JD's review, I was waiting for him the entire review to talk about that comment of Michael Cole's, and he didn't. So I don't know, maybe I'm just reaching. But when has Brock Lesnar's name been mentioned since the whole Vince lawsuit up until Monday night? You haven't heard a word about Brock Lesnar's name on TV. Haven't heard a peep about him. So the fact that he threw that in there, when he threw that in there, the first thing that I said was Brock Lesnar is going to be at Night of Champions. Like, why else would Michael Cole have brought his name up? But I've heard nothing in the way of reports that Brock Lesnar was seen in Riyadh or anything of the sort. But so he probably won't be at Night of Champions. But the next pay-per-view after tomorrow is SummerSlam, right? Sinister says he gets Gunther more notoriety with a big than with a big star like Goldberg. Gunther versus Goldberg might be match of the Sinister. Sinister, you're a troll, bro. I've never seen you troll like this. You have to be the great Khali. You are, aren't you? How many accounts you got, Sinister? Yeah, I know. I just thought it was weird that the way he threw it in there. I just felt like that was a little precursor. That was a little Easter egg that he threw in there. That's how I took it. I could totally, like I said, I could totally be way off base, and if I'm wrong, I'll gladly admit it. But the more that Sinister don't talk like this in JD's, bro. And the fact that he's saying this kind of stuff, I'm like, this sounds like shit that the great Khali and JD's chat would be saying, bro. You love Goldberg? Really? Like even in 2025? Because in the beginning, I was a huge Goldberg fan back in the day when he first showed up, and he was just squashing dudes. By the time we got to him dropping the title, I was so completely over Goldberg that they had completely just shoved him down our throats to the point where I was literally. That's why you see me at Spring Stampede pay-per-view in the crowd wearing all. That was the reason why I even started cheering for NWO Red and Black. I wanted to see Goldberg lose so bad. I was like, dude, I don't even care if who's in this faction. Like, I just want Goldberg to lose. It wasn't so much that I was a big fan of NWO Red and Black. I just literally couldn't stand Goldberg. And I really hated Goldberg for him ruining Bret Hart's career short, cutting it short with him causing Bret Hart to have an aneurysm. And I seen Goldberg talk about that the other day. He said he's very sorry for that, but move on, he said, or something like that. I was like, come on, don't say move on, bro. But he said he still feels bad to this day, and I'd never heard him say that he felt bad. So I felt like every time somebody in an interview brought up the whole Bret Hart thing, I felt like Bill Goldberg would just get really defensive instead of be really apologetic. Like he would say sorry, but he would still be defensive about it. And what I read the other day when somebody asked him in an interview about Bret Hart, that was the most apologetic I've heard him come across as. Oh yeah, I mean, you want to talk about 5 moves of doom? Did he even have 5 moves? A clothesline, a suplex, and then the jackhammer and the spear. And then once he lost the belt, it was like, okay, the undefeatable, unstoppable can actually be defeated and stopped. So I felt like it killed so much of his aura. It really did. And then he comes over to WWE after the merger, and they have him wear the black and white trunks, and it just didn't hit the same after that. That's 4 moves. You're right. You're right. My bad. I didn't count correctly. The 4 moves of doom. I'll give you that, Patrick. I saw a picture of Goldberg and his son today, and they're facing each other. And Gage now has the Goldberg tattoo on his right shoulder, and Goldberg has it on his left shoulder. So they're facing each other, and then on both of their shoulders, you see the same tattoo. And it said that Gage said that WWE is 100% Plan B if football doesn't work out. So, Jen, you're going to get to suffer through Goldberg's offspring at some point in wrestling in the next number of years. Don't know if you knew that or not, but that's what they said on Twitter today. It's probably already in the works. They probably already talked about a contract and everything. Shoulder tackle, clothesline, slam, spear, jackhammer. He didn't always do the dreadful sidekick, though. Especially after he fucked up Bret Hart. I don't remember him doing a sidekick after that. Maybe Gage has more moves than his dad. Yeah, maybe Gage is more athletic, you know? I don't see why he wouldn't be at his age especially, but Do I want to see Goldberg's son? It's like Charlotte Flair coming in and just getting everything. Like it's just going to be a nepo hire, and he's just going to get everything because his dad was Goldberg. I feel like if they treat him like an actual pro wrestler and he has to grind and fucking work his way up the ranks, I'll give him a chance. But if it's some nepo shit, if it's on some Charlotte Flair here, I'm gonna beat Natalia for the NXT Women's Championship and then go on to bury every woman on the main roster for the next 8 years. Yeah, I don't want it. They can keep all that. It's as if pro wrestling wants me to stop watching. Jen, that's crazy that you said that because that literal thought has been in my brain multiple times this year. I don't remember a year where I was completely where I had the thoughts of leaving pro wrestling altogether. And I tweeted that out like a week or two ago. I said, I'm this close to leaving the IWC. Like on both sides, AEW has been at, like Jen, you know, AEW has been asked for years now. And so we've accepted that and we've moved on. We're far past that. It's whatever. But WWE just being as shit as they've been this year as well, compared to how good it was last year. Um, I've had the thought many times like pro wrestling is trying to force me out, bro. Just like my apartments where I live is trying to force me out. That's exactly how I feel. I'm like, am I being told to like just stop watching wrestling? Like, am I to that point? Am I to that threshold? Have I hit my full limit to where it's like I've lost all desire to watch pro wrestling? That's how I feel. I just feel dead inside. When you say pro wrestling this year, I feel dead. Yeah, it pulls you in again, but I don't know what it's going to take to pull me in again because I was so high on WWE last year. Last year just had so much going for it, and the fact that Vince was gone finally helped. I think that was a huge part of it. More so, the news of Vince being gone hit everybody harder and made everybody embrace WWE more when The Rock showed up. I think, like, if The Rock would have just showed up, I don't think it would have been as epic, and we wouldn't have had the feeling of going through the road to WrestleMania like we did. But starting off the year with Vince is out was everything. It was everything. We were all like, finally, we can watch fucking WWE the way we've wanted to for so long without having to deal with this fucking psychopath running the show. So I think that changed the whole mood of people's perception towards WWE. It just changed the whole vibe, and it made the whole road to WrestleMania feel that much more epic. This year, it's been just like going through the goddamn motions, man. Just hella going through the motions. I'm like, these wrestlers, only a few wrestlers get to wrestle for a long period of time. Most people get injured and have to leave or bow out to go do something else. Like, very rare do you see a wrestler still wrestling 25 years later like John Cena. Even though I don't know why he's saying 25 years, because John Cena debuted in WWE the year my son was born, which would be 21 years. So maybe he's talking about the 4 years. Maybe he spent, 4 years in FCW training with Orton and Batista and all them. The prototype, and what was Batista's name? Deacon? No, Deacon Batista was with Devon Dudley. He was the vampire guy in FCW. What was his name? And he wore the silver goth chain, and he had fangs like Gangrel. I forget what Batista's FCW name was, but Orton, Cena, and Batista were like the heads of that class. What is Sinister saying? WWE fanboys and AEW fanboys are one and the same. If you're critical of their respective products, they call it hate and they can't fathom having a different opinion than theirs. Leviathan. Thank you, Eddie. Leviathan. Yeah, and the guy that tweeted me the other day about how we need to like both shows equally, or we need to be fair to both shows, or I forget the exact words he used towards me, and I was like, bro, what the fuck? You realize who you're talking to, right? Like, we followed each other for a number of years. Like, did you just start paying attention to my AEW hate tweets this year? Or why didn't you say anything about them last year or the year before that when I really started to hate AEW? And then I put out a negative tweet yesterday regarding WWE, and then he apologized. So shout out to him if he's listening. He knows who he is. But I tried to explain to him, I don't just shit on AEW and then I love blindly WWE. That's not how this goes. WWE is far from perfect. They're doing all kinds of shit that I've been shitting on. If you follow me on Twitter, you guys know. You see my tweets. I take a dump on both companies equally. Equal opportunity shitting. Fling one turd at one company, fling the other turd at the other in the same shit. See member David in the OTS chat. What's Jen saying? He's in here? Yeah, Patrick, we've been fair to both shows. What is Jen? Sorry, Jen. I'm trying to figure out what you mean. Unfortunately, it pulls you in again. See member David OTS in the OTS chat. Not David Thiering, right? Just the David name, the one that's just David. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by this. What about David in the OTS chat? We have 9 people in here now that fucking SmackDown is over. That's happened the last 2 times I've streamed. I've had more people in my stream when the show ends than during the show, which is wild. Welcome in, whoever just joined. Yes, Mega WWE stand. You know, and now that I think about it, I have paid attention to some of his comments recently. I wonder if no, because David has a paid account. He's got a microphone and a badge. And if it's the same guy that was tweeting me about my AEW comments, that guy is a moderator for JD. So I couldn't see would somebody really pay for 2 different accounts just to be a troll? That'd be crazy work. He personifies the tribalism back and forth. I've seen so much tribalism today. I had to tweet out, like, I had to quote tweet somebody, and I was like, you're all fucking retards. That's literally what my quote tweet said, because it was about the CM Punk hate. About pushing the little kid out of the way. I'm like, first of all, he doesn't push the little kid out of the way. And second of all, think about if I'm over there in that part of the world and a kid comes running up to me with a cell phone, I'm automatically thinking he's detonating that motherfucking thing. Straight up. Straight up. I'm automatically thinking, like, holy shit, don't come running at me. Like, you know? Like car bomb style. So all CM Punk does is hold his hand out just to keep the kid at bay. And then you see the security guard grab the kid a little bit. And it wasn't even firm. And I tweeted out, yo, if this was Sasha Banks at 3 a.m. at the airport, and this was a fat slob coming up to her to get a picture, you wouldn't be going, man, why didn't she just take a picture with the guy? He wasn't trying to hurt her. He just wanted a picture. He just wanted her autograph. What's the big deal? Nah, man. If you're a talent and you're over in that part of the world, I'm on high alert as it is anyway. I don't care if it's a little kid running up. Where are your parents? Why are you running up? We are walking from point A to point B. I have no idea. This is my first time in the country. I don't know where I am. I'm dog-ass tired because it was like a 24-hour flight. I got to go do some shit now for the company. So I'm trying to pay attention to what Randy Orton's telling me about where we're supposed to go. So my mind is focused on what I have to do at hand, not who's running up to me for autographs and, oh, was I nice enough to that little kid? That wouldn't even be in my brain. And the fact that they blew all that up and made it seem like CM Punk pushed that kid out of the way. Somebody made the comment of saw that tweet and then made the comment of like, wait, Jack Perry's in Riyadh or something like that. Or the last time CM Punk pushed a little kid away, and they show the little video of the backstage footage of him getting into it with Jack Perry. I popped at that. I thought that shit was hilarious. Jen knows basically the stands on both sides. Yeah, I know that that David is a hardcore WWE fan. I don't see him shit on AEW though, or if he does, I haven't paid attention like and noticed. They'd be giving WWE shows 10 out of 10 when the show is clearly lackluster. Yeah, see, and I'm not that. Like, if you look at my Twitter, that's why I got mad at my friend that follows me the other day from JD's community, because I'm like, bro, why are you coming at me about my AEW tweets? But clearly, if you're seeing my AEW tweets, are you not seeing my WWE tweets? It's not like I will praise WWE more than AEW because they've done more good in the last 2 years than AEW. But that doesn't mean they haven't done so much fucked up shit that I hate that I'm not going to tweet about when it's bad. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't give any WWE show a 10 out of 10. Night of Champions is not even remotely interesting outside of 2 matches. Cena and Punk. And what's the other match are you looking forward to, Sinister? Jen, what do you mean Mowgli? Whoops. I'll get to your comment in a second. Sin. Yeah, Amanda, people are defo weird. Wrestling fans are defo weird. If you've ever been to a live show, whether it's a Raw, a SmackDown, or a pay-per-view, I've been to all three. I've had to sit next to some people that stunk so bad. The year that WWE came to Portland, they came the first Monday Night Raw ever in Portland was on Valentine's Day, and me, my sister, my baby's mom, because my son wasn't born at the time, and her oldest son, we went to Raw here in Portland. And then later that year, I think it was in like September or something, WWE was it Unforgiven? Let me look this up so I don't botch it, but the next time WWE came to Oregon was later that year in a pay-per-view. Oh yeah, it was Unforgiven. And Kane was being pushed. You know, he had just recently taken off his mask and he had the bald front of his head and the buzz cut back of his head and the one Rey Mysterio eye and looked all weird. And he talked for the first time and he was like, I was just like, what? Oh, this isn't the real Kane, is it? The main event of that was Randy Orton versus Triple H. September 12th, 2024. Yeah. So I went to the first Raw and that was cool. Then when they announced that they're coming back for a pay-per-view, I'm like, well, we have to go to the pay-per-view. So we go to Unforgiven. Now, when I tell you, at this point, my baby's mama is like 7 months, 8 months pregnant. So she was the size of a hot air balloon, and it wasn't comfortable to sit in them tiny ass little bucket seats. When I tell you the two guys that sat next to us smelled like, you know when somebody has BO so bad it almost smells like onions? These two goobers looked like you could see the grease in their hair, like they hadn't washed their hair in a week. They stunk so fucking bad, it was almost impossible to pay attention to what was going on in the ring. Punk, Cena, Orton, Cody, Jacob, Fatu, Sikoa. Idala was okay till he started alienating himself from the chat. It was all downhill from there. Couldn't hang. I don't know what you like. See, I see a lot of Baydala hate in the chat, but I don't understand what you guys mean when you say he alienated himself from the chat. Remember that whole epidemic of losers physically touching talents was cringe too. Okay, I've lost the chat for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Mowgli is Jack Perry. Okay, I didn't know who you meant by Mowgli. Well, yeah, we now know that he's a shill, right? Because he quit JD's. I think he was told I think he was almost even forced to quit Tuesday Night Titans so that he could do work for AEW. I'm just speculating that. I don't know that to be fact, but I don't have any problems with Baydala. Most super hardcore wrestling fans have not heard of showering. Dude, this is why. So in that moment, when we're sitting next to those guys and I'm literally holding my breath for as long periods of time as I can, it dawned on me. That was the light bulb moment where I was like, this is why my dad, when I was growing up, would shit on pro wrestling. Uh, that stuff's for white trash and how do I say this without getting canceled? People with learning disabilities, let's say. My dad honestly truly believed that. I don't think he feels the same way then or now, but back then it was yeah. And that's primarily who you saw at the shows. We're just geeks, like just guys that had no friends in real life that couldn't get a girl to talk to them. They didn't look normal. They almost looked like maybe they were autistic. Um, very quirky. Um, but they all had like a certain look to them, you know. And I always felt like, am I the most normal pro wrestling fan alive? Like, I'm nothing like these guys. And all my friends were normal and didn't like, like me, but they didn't like wrestling because they saw that it was fake. So I grew up watching wrestling alone. My sister would watch Raw with me sometimes because she loved Shawn Michaels to death and big sexy Kevin Nash. But other than that, she didn't give a fuck about wrestling. And I didn't know anybody. I never met anybody that was a wrestling fan up until I didn't have any wrestling fan friends up until I had one. Sorry, I had one in the year 2001 ish. I want to say is when I met the guy, and he was a big WWE fan like me and WCW fan like me, and we became buddies, and then had a falling out. And I haven't talked to that guy since. It's been like 25 years. No, it's been 20 years since I've talked to that guy. And I think my son was a brand new baby the last time I saw him. But um, aside from him, I never met another wrestling fan in my whole life. So the only ones that I would ever see would be in Walmart, and you walk past them and they smell and they look all greasy and shit. Like that was just like the typical kind of stereotype for wrestling fans. They just stink. The whole epidemic of losers physically touching talents was cringe too. Yeah, and that's just the typical that's just your basic stereotype for wrestling fans. They haven't touched water in a long time. And why is it? Why is it that so many of them are like that? What is it about pro wrestling where you're watching guys in the ring work up a complete profuse sweat all over their bodies? How does that transition to the geek goober wrestling fan to not be active and to not shower and be clean? It's like you're watching the opposite of what yourself is. Why? So I never really had wrestling fan friends growing up. Not really like until I found JD's stream. Sinister, what previous comment? Are you talking about Baydala or who are you talking about? Are you talking about this comment? I'm confused. Jen says it's not hate. The Baydala comment previous. Okay, let me find it. Still looking. Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about, Jen. It's not hate. Let's back up a little bit. I can only go so far back up. Sinister, I agree. Someone says, hold on. I read this comment. Are you talking about the fanboys of both companies are one and the same? If you're critical about their respective products, they call it hate, and they can't fathom having a different opinion of theirs. I'm assuming that's the comment you meant, right? Can we tell me what some of everybody's issues were with McAfee? I'm sorry, McAfee, with Baydala, because he was always a nice guy. Just you guys feel like he what, like, kind of like, not backstab JD, but sometimes you got to do what's best for you, though. You know what I mean? And I'm not sure how much money he was making doing TNT. So if he got a gig by AEW and was getting paid, and one of the stipulations was you're gonna have to denounce being part of that YouTuber and his channel because we don't like that guy over here. Would Baydala do something like that? I couldn't tell you. I don't know the guy. He just came off as being nice to me, and any interaction on Twitter I had with him was never met with negativity or anything. But what's disgusting? At lunchtime, years back, there was a table with 6 or 8 guys talking pro wrestling in a school of 1,000. Jen, that's facts. Like when I was in school, I had so many issues, like targets on my back because of who I was, my parents' financial situation, the way I looked physically, um, the religion I was forced to grow up in, and then on top of it, I was a video gamer and a wrestling fan. Do you understand how laughed at video gamers and wrestling fans were back in the 80s and 90s? If you weren't a kid in school at that time to experience it, then you don't know. And think your lucky stars. But it was awful. I got relentlessly bullied on a daily basis because I was a gamer and because I liked pro wrestling. No, it was not. It wasn't cool to like pro wrestling back then. So um, it wasn't till it didn't become cool till the Attitude Era, really. But goddamn, I miss them days. You know what I'm saying? How I miss those damn days. So bad. You know, and you go back and you watch a lot of if you watch a lot of the Attitude Era episodes of Raw, it was cool at the time because it was edgy and nothing like on TV was allowed to be shown like that until that time. But a lot of the matches and a lot of the storylines were garbage. It wasn't much different than what we had the last 15 years with Vince. We just had epic talent, epic characters. Storylines were trash. Creatively written, a lot of it was trash. But we all have such fond memories of it, I think, because we were young. And it's different, right? Like growing up watching sports, we were watching grown adults. And when you're a kid and you're watching an adult, you just assume they know what they're doing and it looks believable. And you don't notice the fuck ups and the botches when you're a little kid. But then you become at some point older than those that you're watching on TV, and then it flips on upside down, and then it's like you're watching children that don't know what the fuck they're doing and that make mistakes left and right. And I think that there's a like a huge disparity there. Like it's hard for me to watch basketball now because I'm watching kids. I'm like, these kids suck. They don't know what they're doing. Let me add the meetups I was talking about. Like they had their arms around the female talent, such as Alexa Bliss, Becky Lynch, for example. They clearly was uncomfortable. Oh, we're talking about the geeks of wrestling, yeah. The cringe guys, the ginger beard guys that look like they stink and shit, right? And they're like, Like, this is my girlfriend to their buddies and shit, and then Alexa Bliss is like standing there. You can tell her arms are like down at her side, and she's kind of like, dude's got his arm around me, and I can smell his armpit. Like, holy fuck. But yeah, if you were a wrestling fan back in the day, you had one or two people, if you were lucky, at school to talk to about wrestling. Like, and you certainly prayed that it didn't get out. You didn't want nobody knowing that you were a wrestling fan or a gamer. Girls wouldn't look at you, wouldn't talk to you. You get made fun of, and now it's like, goddamn, I get on TikTok and I see so many females. I see more females talking about wrestling on TikTok than dudes. That's a fact. There are so many younger women like in their 20s doing wrestling channels. I'm just like, I'm baffled by it. Absolutely baffled by it. No, me mentioning Big Dalla being an AEW show, you already showed it. Oh, okay. You also don't know why Ticket Drew got so much hate. I think it started because, well, there were times where I felt like Andrew would say the opposite of JD just to, but I liked their dichotomy because they would debate because they didn't agree on stuff a lot of the time. I feel like JD and Solid Monster is hard for me to watch sometimes because I know that they're most of the time they're going to agree with one another. And I really liked the debate aspect and that kind of dichotomy between JD and Andrew. So I was always really into TNT. I was super excited when, Solid Monster got announced as JD's new partner. But just the first couple episodes, I'm like, oh, these guys are always agreeing with each other. And I liked the fact that Tuesday Night Titans was kind of like a debate show. It was almost like First Take, but for pro wrestling. That's how it felt anyway. Not that I have a problem with Solid Monster. It's just that I liked the debate aspect. I don't feel like JD and Solid Monster debate much because, they think too much alike about the product, which isn't a bad thing. I mean, they're both sound mind and, they have great points and they're not wrong usually. So, and it's still a great show. I just kind of maybe overlooked things that people saw about Baydala because I thought it created controversy for the show and it created a good, like it drew me in. It made me want to watch them. Baydala always came off cool, but his personality along with JD's was clicking. So it was inevitable that he was going to leave. Great guy, but clearly a shill. I seen a school pic of my brother in a polka dot shirt of Dusty Rhodes. You think he got much social interaction? Oh, facts, Jen. My God, poor kid. He probably got made fun of too, wearing something like that to school. You certainly couldn't get a girl to talk to you. And then 1997 happened, and Goldberg streak, and then all of a sudden, like, the girl I'm dating at the time wants to like go to wrestling shows and shit, and I'm like, what? And nowadays, like now, there's as many women fans as there are men fans. It's crazy how things have changed from back then. But it was not a cool thing to be a wrestling fan. It was not a cool thing to be a gamer when I was growing up. Now it is. Now everybody wants to stream and fucking play COD and Fortnite and shit and get paid for it, and everybody wants to make a podcast and talk about wrestling and stuff. And I'm like, damn, I wish this technology would have been available like when I was in my 20s. Vidala was always quiet on AEW subjects. He would just stare as JD tore it apart, then lean more heavily on WWE. Yes, that's a great. Now I understand that because I feel like that's completely accurate from what I remember of Baydala on the show. Yeah, JD would rip AEW to shreds. He would also rip WWE to shreds, but Baydala was more of the yeah, but, and this is why kind of mentality towards AEW. I mean towards WWE. But then when I seen him sitting at the scrum by himself after he left OTS, then I was like, what? Wait, this is why you left OTS for real? So you could pretend to be one of Tony Khan's little guys from the press when you the last conference I saw of, was it AEW or WWE? It might have been a WWE show, but they did a press conference and the green shirt guy was one of the guys in the press, and it was just like everybody from the Bailey super fan with the glasses, It was just basically everybody in the front row of every PLE is who they pretend to be the media at these pay-per-view scrums at the end. Like, these aren't even real reporters.
Can you guys hear me now? Somebody say something in the chat if you can hear me. I don't know if this headset works or not. I haven't used this headset on this computer, so I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. Okay, word. Yeah, this headset is like got a cord on it where my other one is wireless, and it's on the wrong side too. Damn it. So let me try to reposition myself so I don't yank this shit out of the way. Let's see. That's what I mean by he couldn't take the heat. Just shows that all of them are plants. Correct, Sinister. Yeah, it's like, well, because real press members aren't probably going to show up to these scrums because they don't watch pro wrestling, right? Tony Khan would probably have to pay them to be there. If you just go tell the front row, hey, you guys want to pose as media for the post-show scrum? So that looks like we're having a real post-show conference with actual reporters. What wrestling fan is going to say no? They'll automatically say yes. Tony Khan don't have to pay them nothing. They'll do it out of the goodness of their heart. He couldn't take the heat. He was more pro AEW, kind of made a fraud of him. I felt like because JD would crap on when AEW was bad. And this is where I like how Jesse's come around a little bit. Like Jesse, I feel like you used to, if you said anything negative about AEW, Jesse would just come for you. And I don't feel like he's like that anymore. I feel like he now is acknowledging when, even though, like he said, the show was good the other night, Dynamite or whatnot, more so now than ever before, I think he is able to admit when AEW sucks. I felt like Andrew, I don't know. It was hard to tell if that was how he really felt at times or not. Because it's like, do you really feel that way? Or are you just trying to be the opposite because JD just tore them a new one? Now you got to be the guy that sticks up for him and say, yeah, but. Because at that time, JD is shitting all over WWE and he was pro AEW everything. And I felt like Baydala was really like, well, but WWE, I thought that Baydala was really more into WWE than JD was. But then when he left the show, all of a sudden he's at the AEW scrum and is like he flipped around. You know what I mean? It's kind of weird. But that being said, I still don't understand why people, even all this time, like how long has it been since he's been on TNT? Like Solo Monster has had more episodes of TNT now than Baydala was on. So why are people still letting Baydala get to them? That's what I don't understand. Is like, why does Baydala still bother people? Like, haven't we all moved on? That's all I'm saying. Jen says, I want two guys giving me an honest, truthful back and forth. If they argue, so be it. Yeah, and that's what I was saying about, that's why I liked Andrew being on TNT. Because they would go back and forth, like they would clash in their opinions. Whereas Jason and JD are almost the same wrestling brain. And 9 times out of 10, I've heard Solid Monster go, well, I wouldn't do it like that, or I don't agree, a couple of times. But for the most part, if Solid Monster has an idea, it's something that JD would agree upon, and vice versa. If JD has an idea, 9 times out of 10, Solid Monster understands that logic, and he's like us. He makes sense and he agrees. So that's the one part that I miss from TNT is the debating, because it's not really a debate show anymore like it used to be. '79 in the fucking building. It was your birthday the other day, Jen. Did you see me tweeting, like telling you happy birthday? I didn't see you respond to me, but I didn't know if it was really your birthday or not. I don't remember how I found out it was your birthday, but I said happy birthday to you. And then today, people in JD's SmackDown review are saying, happy birthday, Grim. Happy birthday. And I'm like, huh, what? And it was names of people I did not ever see before. And I went to their YouTube channel and I'm like, I don't know who this person is. Like, why is somebody saying it's my birthday? Happy birthday to me in the chat. Like, I thought it was wild. I'm like, who's fucking trolling me? But shout out to 1970 fucking 9 in the building. Jen, I had no idea you were my age, because you talk about Bruno Sammartino and stuff, and a lot, you like how Guardian of Chaos talks about all the wrestling, like the decade up to my year and being born. I didn't, I don't know nothing about no Bruno Sammartino. I don't know nothing about all those guys from back then, but I feel like you say that like those guys were the best. So I just automatically thought that you were older than me by a little bit, because I thought, well, she's for surely seen them matches and stuff. Because don't you think that Bruno is the GOAT? Didn't you say that, or am I tripping? Isn't your birthday in January? Whose? Sin? If you're talking about mine, Amanda's got it right. My birthday's in April. Oh, Jen, you and your mom had almost the same birthday. She would have been 66. Oh, my mom would be 66 this year, too. On April 22nd, she would have been 66 this year. Our moms were the same age. We're the same age. Mm-hmm. If you fold the United, you're in like the New York area, Jen, right? I feel like if you fold the United States in half, where I'm from and where Jen's from kind of like meet up with each other. You came along just when Hogan left AWA. Yeah, I didn't see pro wrestling until Andre and Hogan had the face off in the ring for WrestleMania 3. That was my very first image of pro wrestling. Yeah, that was pretty lit. I'm in Oregon, bro. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. The fucking one of the wokest places, bro. It's bad here, bro. Especially if you're on the Now I don't have a political affiliation, but if you're on the right, the whole entire West Coast is basically woke left to an extreme level. So, okay. My uncle used to work for General Motors, and he lived in Detroit when I was a kid. Yeah, and I think for a lot of kids, Jen, you're right. I agree with this. And like I just said, my first image of pro wrestling was Hogan and Andre, right? So I don't know who they are, and I don't know if Hogan's just burying more talent than The Undertaker. Uh, I just remember seeing that Hulk Hogan was jacked and had big ass muscular arms, and then the guy standing next to him makes him look like a midget, and I'm like, who's this guy? Andre the Giant? Like what? Hogan was so huge back then. I mean, I don't think, unless you grew up in the 80s as a WWF fan, I don't think you can quite understand the scope and the magnitude. And this just wasn't in the US. Like Hulk Hogan was a global phenomenon. They always announce that Stone Cold is the biggest now though. Nobody transcended like him. Only comparison is Michael Jordan. To Hulk Hogan? Says Hulk Hogan your GOAT? I mean, Hogan was beyond huge, bro. And he was all that they would promote. They wouldn't put nobody else on, nothing. It was always Hogan on the Tonight Show, always Hogan in commercials, always Hogan. It was just Hogan, Hogan, Hogan. When I hit about 96, 97, I'm like, dude, I'm done. Like having to watch Hulk Hogan would literally just make me feel fidgety and like my blood was boiling and I'd just like freak out. I couldn't stand watching Hulk Hogan. Once I got old enough, my dad ruined wrestling for me when I was pretty young. He would tell me all the time, wrestling's not real. They fake their punches. I'm like, how do you fake a punch? Then he would teach me how to throw a punch and pull it without really hitting the guy, but it looks like you hit the guy. And once I realized the gig was up and that it was scripted, I assumed that I was just going to not like it anymore. And if anything, my love for wrestling grew after that time period, doubled in size. Sinister, why are you asking me personal info, bro? I'm not going to, I shouldn't have told you where I am. What are you trying to find me for, Sinister? I ain't dumb. Stone Cold was a moment of truth. Hogan was another level. Stone Cold was a movement of sorts. Hogan was another level. Yeah. Hogan was just because that was like really that was the beginning stages of like wrestling being brought to the public on a national level, right? So Hogan at the time, he was the guy that carried, he was the flagship, he was the flag bearer. But then he got so shoved down our throats, and he buried so many. There was so much other talent on the roster, and Hogan just buried them all. I quickly I don't even know if I was ever a Hogan fan, to be honest. Like I was a pro wrestling fan, and I liked good guys, and I didn't like bad guys. But Hogan wasn't really somebody that I was like, yeah, this is my favorite. Do you guys remember in the 80s those pencils? You could get them at like the Scholastic Book Fair, and then they were plastic pencil that almost was like a Bic pen, but it had the little lead piece and the little white plastic. And when the lead got all the way down, you would pull it out and then push it down the top, and it would push out another little piece of lead, right? And the whole tube of the pen would be full of those. I had a red and yellow Hulk Hogan one, and it had an action figure sized Hulk Hogan eraser that it came with that you would sit down over the top of that pencil. And I took that to second grade. The first day of second grade, And that bitch ass teacher took my Hulk Hogan action figure and wouldn't give it back. Let me keep the pencil, but never gave me my Hulk Hogan back. Never forgot that. Yeah, Austin didn't last in his career wasn't as long. He didn't last nearly the amount of time that Hulk Hogan did, but he sold more merch than Hogan ever did. When Austin 316 hit, man, that took off like gangbusters. I'm tall, Sinister. I'm 6'3". No, you're all good, bro. It's just I'm like, wait, why is he asking me where I live and how tall I am? I'm like, are you gonna ask me like what my driver's license number is and shit? This is the one part of Stone Cold that has stuck like a fucking herpes sore to WWE and has never left, bro. Is the what chance? Thankfully, we don't hear him as much these days, but they'll never completely go away. Never. Especially if you have people like McAfee that are always like, what? What? He promotes the what chant on his fucking podcast by him and his crew are always saying, what? What? I'm like, no, why? Well, guess who? Guess what fan? Guess who are my two favorites of all time? The GOAT, Macho Man and Ultimate Warrior. I wouldn't consider. I would say Ultimate Warrior is a legend. I wouldn't call him a GOAT. I don't know if I've ever met anybody. Now, if people have been following JD for a long time, JD says that his favorite superstar of all time is The Undertaker. But I remember an episode in the early years of Off the Script. I don't even know if it was called Off the Script yet. And JD was still working at the jewelry store. And I remember saying something in one of his streams that the Macho Man is is like the greatest of all time. And I remember JD saying that he was a big Ultimate Warrior fan. I can't remember. My brain remembers that he said his favorite wrestler was Warrior at one time, but I could be wrong about that. But I definitely remember him talking a lot about Savage and the Warrior back when I first joined and found him. And then when he started saying that that Undertaker was his favorite superstar of all time, I'm like, yeah, I swear you said it was Macho Man and Warrior. But I think a lot of us that were just disheartened by the whole Hogan overexposure and the fact that he couldn't wrestle and he was shoved down everybody's throats because American flag. I think that made people like there were the majority of the fucking country was Hogan stands, but there was a lot of people that were just tired of that shit real quick, and I think those of us that were, because we wanted something or someone different, kind of just naturally forced us to Macho Man, forced us, pushed us in the direction of Macho Man and Warrior. Like, was it WrestleMania 6 when Warrior beat Hogan for the title? When it was WWF champion versus Intercontinental champion? Man, when Warrior won that match, holy fuck. That was fucking amazing. Okay, Sinister. Because you see, now I was going to say something about your height, but you said my goat is Great Khali. I mean, Giant Gonzalez. Now I don't even believe that you're 6'4", bro. In fact, I believe that you rearrange those numbers and that you might be 4'6". Yes, thank you. Sinister, I firmly believe that you are the Great Khali in JD's chat after today, bro. I really do. You know who I'm talking about in JD's chat, right? It'll say Great Khali, AKA, and then it'll have some weird long ass sub name after it. I haven't seen that name in JD's chat in quite some time. Otis said, so fun fact, $1 Million Man is from the same town I was born in, Omaha, Nebraska. At least that's where he was billed from. Or no, was he billed from Dream Street? How did they used to introduce the $1 Million Man, like where he was from? I want to say Omaha. I'm pretty sure it was Omaha. I hated the $1 Million Man because he was such a good heel, but he was so heavily pushed. I'm trying to think of a heel that's heavily pushed like $1 Million Man was, to where the point you just fucking hate him so bad. And his feud with Virgil, man, for that match that they had during SummerSlam 91. Virgil wasn't the greatest wrestler, but $1 Million Man was really good at wrestling. He was great at promos. He was great at a lot of shit. His facial expressions, that laugh. You know, you want to talk about an underrated wrestler, especially from that generation. $1 Million Man was severely underrated. He really was. A lot of people think IRS was underrated. I was never really, I didn't see much in Mike Rotunda. I didn't. I thought the gimmick was cheesy. Erwin R. Shyster, IRS. God damn, was that cringe to me, man. It was. Even though they were a great tag team and they ended up being a legendary tag team, that gimmick to me was cringy. Even as a little kid, I thought that was cringy. But $1 Million Man, that was the heel right there. And the Mountie, another underrated guy. The nemesis, the arch nemesis to the big boss man, the Canadian police. The Mountie always gets his man. Some of the characters back then in the WWF era were just fucking amazing. They were like cartoon characters come to life. They really were. They don't, Sinister? They don't recognize $1 Million Man's title reign? That's because he had a built-in title to his gimmick, so they didn't really need to put a title on him because they let his gimmick title be actually fought for at times, the $1 Million matches. The bodyguard Virgil, and now the man who makes his spring residence in Palm Beach, Florida, the self-professed $1 Million champion, Ted DiBiase. Howard Finkel. Yeah, he would always say, DiBiase. Making his way to the ring by way of, he would always say by way of, when he would introduce where they're from, by way of whatever town, whatever city. I'm trying to think of $1 Million Man's WWE title reign. I know he was tag team champions a gajillion times. Was he Intercontinental? I think he was Intercontinental champion too, wasn't he? But I don't remember him being a WWF champion. I really don't. Well, that's why we've got motherfucking AI, right? Let's find this out. Who did the $1 Million Man beat to win the WWF championship? Yeah, no, he never actually won the WWF championship. I didn't think he did. He had a brief storyline where this is why it's not recognized, Sinister, because he never won the WWF title. He was briefly recognized as champion. It was through a convoluted and ultimately invalidated scenario involving Andre the Giant and a questionable referee. In reality, he lost the final match of the WWF Championship tournament at WrestleMania 4 to Randy Savage. The storyline was that $1 Million Man's character wanted to buy the WWF Championship, which at the time was held by Hulk Hogan. The win, the quote-unquote win, it says, in a storyline, DiBiase paid Andre the Giant to defeat Hogan for the title, and then Andre surrendered the title to DiBiase. The invalidation was that the WWF did not recognize this title change as legitimate, as titles could not be handed over in that manner. So the title was declared vacant, and DiBiase was never officially recognized as champion. That's a crime, actually. You can watch this video to see the final match of the WWF title tournament between Randy Savage and Ted DiBiase. Can I play that on YouTube? Can I play this clip on YouTube? Or probably not. From the WWE Vault? Yeah, I can. So you were almost completely correct, Sinister. You were about 70, 80% correct. Oh, he didn't have the $1 Million belt before that. After failing to win the WWF Championship, DiBiase created his own title, the $1 Million Championship. Interesting. I didn't know that about him. Oh, ProWrestlingStories.com has this Ted DiBiase, the case of an unrecognized WWF champion. Sinister, how do you know this? How do you know this about $1 Million Man if you were like 20 years from being born? What? Okay, you just like blew my brain. Pause. You just like fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Boop. I don't know. I'm tired, bro. Fuck it. I don't care. What are you apologizing for? There's no need to apologize. Nothing to apologize for, sir. Yeah, he was just a tag team champ. He could wrestle with anybody, $1 Million Man. He was really good. For whatever reason, when I ever felt like picking a bad guy in like the old WWF arcade video games and stuff, I always picked $1 Million Man because I loved his finisher, the $1 Million Dream, the sleeper hold, which was basically the same thing as the Cobra Clutch, but the Cobra Clutch was applied behind the opponent, and Ted DiBiase's $1 Million Dream was standing to the side of the opponent, but it was the same exact move, basically. Jen says, in her opinion, he should be credited with the title reign. Yeah, just an all-out one-on-one match, which would have recognized him as the champion, and then Savage beats the champion for the title. Now, see, I wasn't... So my dad didn't like wrestling. So in the days of like WrestleMania 4 and WrestleMania 5, that couple of years, I didn't see wrestling at all. By the time I knew who Ricky the Dragon Steamboat was, he was the dragon with the whole Komodo dragon suit and everything. And he wrestled at SummerSlam 91 versus... I should know this off the top of my head without having to think hard. It was Ricky Steamboat. Who did he fucking wrestle? Was it El Matador, Tito Santana, or was it the model Rick Martel? Who did Ricky the Dragon Steamboat wrestle at SummerSlam 91? SummerSlam 91 was the first time I ever saw Ricky Steamboat. Who did Ricky the Dragon Steamboat wrestle at SummerSlam 91? Oh, it was the... Oh, the Dragon Ricky Steamboat teamed with British Bulldog and Texas Tornado to beat the Warlord Power and Glory, which was Hercules and Paul Roma. That's right. That's right. And the British Bulldog was one of the first dudes really jacked that I ever saw in my whole life, besides the Ultimate Warrior. So all the guys that looked like fucking action figures with the veins bulging and all the ab muscles and stuff that looked like all my toys, I really loved all them dudes. Texas Tornado. I still have my little LJN WWF action figure of the Texas Tornado somewhere around here. And I found one of the Bushwhackers as well the other day. I think it was Luke that I still have. I don't know what happened to Butch. Butch didn't make it, but Kerry Von Erich, man. I felt like Kerry Von Erich was the Temu Ultimate Warrior without the face paint. He had the tassels and all the big muscles and shit. There are 2 house shows where Ted DiBiase was announced as the new WWF champion in tag matches. Really? I'll have to look at that. I believe you. I'm into history too. It's just that I suffer from CRS, so I was better with the history a few years ago than I am now. That's awesome. That's really dope though. That for somebody your age, like, are you millennial or are you Gen Z? You're Gen Z, right? Do you watch old matches and stuff on YouTube? I love going back and watching WWF classic stuff. To a point, when you hit like 1990, when you get into past like the first year of Monday Night Raw, like I'd say when you start to hit about 1995, it started getting pretty hokey. But the 80s stuff, the early 90s, like 91, 92, 93, WWF, I loved. Probably my favorite. That's probably my favorite time of time in the company, even more so than the Attitude Era. I loved all that, those guys back then. The heels, I hated the heels so much. The heels were so good, I hated them so much. Couldn't stand them. Iron Sheik. Then the Gulf War happened, and then Iron Sheik turned into Colonel Mustafa, and you had General Adnan, and then who was the guy that used to manage Kamala? Kim Chi. He was part of General Adnan and Sergeant Slaughter and Colonel Mustafa. And I believe he was also in the faction The Oddities as well, if I remember correctly. But see, I didn't get to see a lot of George the Animal Steel. He was already done. Didn't get to see Billy Graham, Harley Race. These guys were all done by the time I got into wrestling on a regular basis. Yeah, you're Gen Z. Okay, that's what I thought. Well, that's dope that you like history enough to like go back and watch matches and pay attention and learn. That's cool. I tried so hard to get my son to like wrestling. I'm really mad that it was such dog shit for so long throughout his childhood, because if he got what we're getting now, he might have been more of a fan. Yep, the Cobra Clutch. Who held the title? Oh, San Martino. Yeah, yeah. Back then, because it was all territories and no TV, San Martino was the guy that could not be beat. Imagine Roman Reigns having the title for 4,000 days. What was that, like 7-8 years worth of fucking title, where the title run? Sheesh. Roman Reigns, I mean, we thought he was going to beat San Martino's record, right? He got really close. How many days did Bruno San Martino hold the WWF Championship? (2,803 days during his first reign, which is the longest continuous reign in WWE history according to Sports Illustrated and Guinness World Records. The reign began on May 17th, 1963, and concluded on January 18th, 1971. Almost a decade, bro. What the fuck? Almost a goddamn decade. That's unfathomable. What? Over 7.5 years. How many days did Roman Reigns hold the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship? (1,316 days). The reign began when he became Universal Championship, when he became the Universal Champion, and later he unified it with the WWE Championship. The title was retired after WrestleMania 40. Thank God they got rid of the Universal Championship, man. Those were some rough years, chat. The blue and red belts, my God. Ooh, just saying Universal Championship. Especially knowing that Finn Balor was the first winner and had to give it up less than 24 hours later. Oh, it just... that feeling you get in your throat right before you throw up, that sour taste in your mouth, that's what saying Universal title and thinking about it, that's what it brings up the bile. Okay, so if we're talking about the longest reigns in history, Roman Reigns actually comes in at number 4, which is crazy. He was the first 1,000-day world championship in WWE in 35 years. His run helped him to become the biggest box office draw in company history. Roman's unprecedented success may not be topped in the next decade or two, or maybe ever. Number 3, Hulk Hogan, 1,474 days. That's who he almost beat. We were waiting for him to beat, because he lost it at Mania, and we were thinking that if we made it to the fall that year at WrestleMania 40, wait, when did he lose it? It was 40 or 41. But that year, they were scheduled to go into Madison Square Garden for a show, and he would have beaten Hulk Hogan, I think, by a day, or would have been just shy or something like that. I thought he was going to beat Hulk Hogan. I don't think we'll ever see a wrestler get as far as Hogan and Sammartino, though. I think they're pretty much locked into history where they're at. I remember Bob Backlund a couple of times on Raw, and at the time that I first saw Bob Backlund, he was well past his prime and was really just kind of like a jobber. Bob Backlund is ranked number 2, 2,135 days as WWF champion. He's only the second man to ever hold it for 2,000 plus days. He was the ultimate good guy in the early 1980s. Wow, yeah, because when I had gotten wind of Bob Backlund, he was a heel. Bruno Sammartino, number 1, 2,803 days and 1,237. So he had 2 mega long reigns that will probably never be duplicated again. He's the most decorated WWF/WWE champion in company history, becoming the second ever champion in 1963. Sammartino held the title for 2,803 days. So if he was the second ever champion, who was the first? Jen, do you know that answer? Yeah, I think the guys that are in first, second, third, and fourth place, I think the next time we see a long reign, they'll get to 5th place, and that's it, right? I don't think 1, 2, 3, or 4 is getting beat. I really don't. I think they're cemented. This list excludes the fabulous Moolah's 10,170 days, recognized as she was the NWA Women's Champion during this reign. Wow. I did not know that about Moolah. I did not know that about the fabulous pimp Moolah. Rest in peace. Pedro Morales was number 5 at 1,027 days. Gunther comes in at 6 at 870 days NXT UK champion and 666 days as Intercontinental champion. Kaylee Ray and Alba Fire are on that list next with 649 days as NXT UK Women's Champions. Asuka after that at 522 days for the NXT Women's Championship. Brock Lesnar after Asuka at 503 days for the Universal Championship. Rockin' Robin is after that for the WWF Women's Championship. I don't remember who the fuck Rockin' Robin is, so yeah. What's what, Jen? Rockin' Robin? You know what? That's a great comparison, Amanda. Sergeant Slaughter reminds me of Bill Cowher, the old Steelers head coach that beat my Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl back in 2006. Can't stand that guy. But yeah, they kind of have that big bottom jaw underbite, right? Jen, who's Rockin' Robin was champ after Sensational Sherry. I loved Sherry. She scared the shit out of me as a kid, but I loved her, especially when she was Shawn Michaels' manager as Queen Sherry. Really liked her. She was so good. Really loved her when she was the heel female against was it her and Shawn Michaels versus who was she the manager of when Shawn Michaels when Randy Savage had Miss Elizabeth? Was she with Shawn? I don't know if she was with Shawn Michaels just yet. I think she got with Shawn Michaels after the whole Elizabeth Macho Man feud, if I remember correctly. But oh yeah, when she sang the national anthem. Now, was it the worst, or was Roseanne Barr's version of the national anthem at the World Series the worst? To me, the worst national anthem of all time is Roseanne Barr. Not even close. And she grabbed her vagina like it was a pair of balls, and she went and spit on the ground, grabbed her crotch, and then, yeah, that was something. Was it the World Series or the Super Bowl that she sang that at? It was terrible. Road Warriors? Yeah, see, I didn't get to see the Road Warriors. I knew them as the Legion of Doom in the WWF. What do you mean, what's that? Demolition, I loved. For being a heel faction, I loved Demolition. Loved them. Their silver and red face paint, their studded gear, Axe and Smash were awesome. They weren't quite the same when they brought Crush on, but when they were just a tag team of Axe and Smash, yeah, I fucked with them heavy. Do you remember Kona Crush when he came in as the Hawaiian? Yeah, brother. And it was like a white dude with long blonde mullet trying to speak like he was Hawaiian. I mean, I guess he was. I guess what was his name? Brian. Why can't I think of his last name? Brian. God damn it. Can't think of his last name. Brian Adams. Thank you. I'm gonna ask Google. Was Brian Adams, the wrestler Crush, really from Hawaii? He was born in Kona, Hawaii. That's why he was called Kona Crush. Okay. He was raised in Kealakekua. So he really was Hawaiian. That's crazy. But I remember he did the little coconut crush with his, right? He would squeeze the guy's head like a coconut until they tapped out. Yeah, he's been dead a long time. Rest in peace. I did like him as a babyface. The first time I ever saw him, I think, was like on Sunday Morning Superstars or something like that. His debut match, and I was like, "Who's this guy?" And he would just squeeze the guy's head, and I loved him. He was awesome. And then they turned him heel and put him with Demolition as a threesome. Axe, smash, and crush. This says Crush was a pretty average wrestler who was the best as a tag wrestler, who was best as a tag specialist. He did not have much in the way of mic skills or charisma. He had his most success in WCW as a member of Chronic. Shaka Bra. Oh yeah, one of his moves was the Shaka Bra. Holy shit, that's so stereotypical. He was known as the American Ninja in Portland wrestling. Do you understand? I was like last year's day old when I found out that Portland had like wrestling when I was a kid growing up. That I just thought that like I wanted to be a pro wrestler so bad, but I thought I didn't live in a region where there was wrestling school or anything to become trained as a pro wrestler. I had no idea that like all these legends used to wrestle here in Portland, like Billy Jack Haynes and Roddy Piper and Raven, and who else cut their teeth here in Portland? A lot of legends came through Portland back in the day. I had no idea up until like a year ago, because nobody talked about it. You never heard about. I was never exposed. Like my parents like kept me in a bubble in the church, so nobody from my church was going to be watching wrestling. That's for sure. So I had no idea that there was a wrestling culture here in Portland. Wow, he died at the age of 43. That had to have been an overdose then, or his heart exploded for an enlarged heart or something. What was the cause of the wrestler Bryan Adams' death? Accidental drug overdose, 2007. That's sad.
According to en.wikipedia.org, death. On August 13th, 2007, Adams was found dead by his wife at their Tampa, Florida home. The medical examiner concluded that the cause of death was a result of mixing the painkiller buprenorphine with the muscle relaxant querceprotol and the sedatives chlordiazepoxide and alprazolam.
So he mixed morphine with... That's like what I take... I'm assuming chlordiazepoxide is similar to diazepam or Klonopin, which is used for... That's what I used to get. We used to get diazepam for my panic attacks. So he was mixing muscle relaxers and sedatives. Damn. Deadly mixture of pain reliever, muscle relaxer, and anxiety medication. Yep. I thought I recognized them pills. 44 years old. Tampa. They all lived in Tampa. When my mom lived in Tampa, the road going through her suburb town, she lived in a gated community, and we lived on the right side of the road. And you had to pull up into this area that had a big old lake with a fountain, and there'd be alligators. Like you could see the gators swimming around in the little pond. And once you got through the gate, it was a lot really nice, like middle class homes. Most of them one story, and they were really nice, but just nice homes, basic family size home, 2-3 bedroom homes. On the left side of the road, however, giant ass houses, and Big Show lived across that street. Now, when I say across the street, it wasn't like my mom's house was here and like Undertaker's house was just you could throw a rock and hit it, but the road's pretty big and everything was pretty spread out there. But on the left side of the road into that gated community, that's where like Undertaker lived. The Big Show lived in that neighborhood across from my mom's neighborhood. I know John Cena lived somewhere close by in Tampa because my sister used to work for a bank in Tampa that John Cena and like Floyd Mayweather and a whole bunch of famous rich people banked at. So she met John Cena. I believe she met John Cena actually at a nightclub in Tampa. But they all live in Tampa. It's crazy. Wonder why that is. Tampa's dope, though. I miss living there. Very laid back place. People are pretty nice. Or they were back then. That was like 20 years ago, though, now. So many of the wrestlers that I watched as a little kid died tragic deaths. I mean, if you think about the culture of pro wrestling back then to how it is now, it's completely opposite. They used to go get drunk and do drugs and party. They lived like rock stars. I remember stories about them trashing rooms at hotels because my dad worked for Marriott, and so the wrestlers were known to get fucked up in trash hotel rooms, just like the rock stars were back in the day. And nowadays, everybody's into CrossFit and working out and fitness and eating healthy, and it's just like not even the same culture as it was. But you also see a lot less tragic deaths nowadays, which is nice. But when I compare the state of like these guys nowadays to then, and maybe goes back to what I said earlier about how when I was a kid, I was watching grown men, so they looked believable. I didn't notice their fuck ups. I felt like their wrestling in the ring was all much cleaner. And then I get into my 20s and 30s, and then I'm older now than who's in the ring wrestling. And now I notice all the flaws and stuff. But the wrestlers back then just came across as like just full blown, like, manly men, like big, tough, strong guys. A lot of the wrestlers nowadays, even though they're men, they don't come across as being tough, ass kicking. Like, I mean, I'm trying to think of the last guys I remember seeing that gave me that feeling that they were just big, tough, strong barroom brawlers. Maybe the Acolytes. Bradshaw before he became Layfield, and Farouk before he was just doing the damn. You know what I call them, Sinister? I call them soy boys. They on that vegetarian diet. Teddy Fam in the chat. Welcome. Can I get shouted out, please? Why, yes, you can, sir. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming in. I'm assuming this is a troll account of somebody I actually know. If you're not, if you're legit brand new here, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Please hit the like button. Are you a wrestling fan, Teddy? Do you like wrestling? Yes. Did you watch SmackDown tonight? If you did, give us your thoughts. You excited for Night of Champions tomorrow? That's fine. We just watched it, not live too. That's why I'm still on just talking. We kind of just got off talking about SmackDown, and we've gone into the deep lore dive of wrestling history for a bit. Yeah, welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for popping in and making your presence known. Appreciate you. Hit that follow button if you would. I've got 6 people that have unsubbed to me. I don't know who they were because I didn't know you could see. I couldn't see who subscribed to me up until today for some reason, but I found where I can see who subscribed to me. And I've I went from 83 subscribers. Now I'm at like 76. I'm like, who the fuck unsubbed to me? So I need to get those names back. Go ahead and hit the follow button. Jesse Holcomb, welcome in. Welcome in. Another new name. Awesome. This is crazy. Getting new names in here. CM Punk Cena segment was fucking insane. Dude. I popped huge, man. When I saw it live this morning, the entire segment I had chills on my skin that didn't go away. Like Rock's tattooed goosebumps on his arms. I'm convinced that Rock has goosebumps tattooed on him. So that he can just command the little arm slap every time he shows up on TV. Doing good, Jesse. How are you? How'd you like the show? Take care, Teddy. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in, bro. Maybe we'll see you around sometime. Hit the follow button. You thought SmackDown was decent tonight? I thought it was hard to stay awake through. Just other than a couple of things that obviously the ending segment was fucking epic. I've been so excited for Cena and Punk, and I know that they're older and they're not as mobile, and CM Punk's got the gray beard, kind of like, me and CM Punk kind of got the same look going on, really. But I'm a little more salt than I am pepper, and he's more pepper than salt. But I was excited for them to potentially have a feud earlier in the year, and now that we're getting it, and with the last two promos from them last week and this week, yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow. I'm sure the match isn't going to live up to the hype. I'm sure tonight's promo and last week's promo will end up overall being better than the match, but I don't care. Cena Punk is like one of my favorite rivalries of all time, so. Is Punk the same age? Is he 1979 too? I didn't know that. I thought Punk was younger than me. Older folks are more peaceful about wrestling, one can assume. Bahaha. I'm not really sure what that means, but. Wait, Punk is a year older than me? What? That's crazy. I've been watching CM Punk his whole career thinking that he was like at least 5 years younger than me. That's wild. I had no idea. He was older than me. That's crazy. Jesse, explain a little bit your comment. Older folks are more peaceful about wrestling, like talking about it and like their opinions and stuff, whereas like younger people would get kind of aggressive. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know. If you catch me on X, I can get pretty aggressive. I can get pretty aggressive. Like people crying and bitching, yeah. I don't know. I do a lot of bitching about pro wrestling, about how garbage it is, but I try to let everybody, everybody's got their opinion, and people's opinions don't bother me too much until they're trying to be assholes about it. But I try to let everybody have a voice. Like, we don't always have to agree. I think there's something to be said about your comment. Like, I remember in my 20s, thank God I didn't have social media back then, because if I had social media then and I saw a lot of stuff like I saw on Twitter today, I'd be a lot more vocal. I'm still pretty vocal on Twitter. Like, I still see stuff and I call people out on it. But in terms of like talking in a forum like this, where it's real time, people's differing opinions don't bother me too much. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, grew up on Ohio Valley Wrestling. That's dope. That's awesome. Louisville, huh? Louisville. Sorry if I said Louisville and it's pronounced Louisville, my bad. Okay, OVW. That's what's up. I know not. I know basically jack squat about OVW and NWA. I'm from the mid to late '80s, early '90s. WWF is when I got into wrestling. So my parents wouldn't let me watch it when I was really little. I discovered it the night of WrestleMania 3. My first image was Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant, and them staring at each other in the ring, just that face off, that epic picture that we all know and love of Hulk Hogan looking up at Andre. But my parents wouldn't let me watch it, so it was a number of years later by the time I actually got into it. You're from Kentucky. You grew up on OVW. That's awesome, man. So you're like my age then, yeah? Somewhere around your 40s? I want to know from everybody that's still in the chat. If you're here, type in the chat the moment that you discovered pro wrestling that like hooked you and that you just were like, what is this? I have to see more of this. It was Mania 3 for me with Hogan and Andre, but I don't really know what y'all's feel about it. Like what moment you guys had that hooked you on wrestling. Like Sinister, Amanda, Jen, Otis, if you're still here, I want to know everybody's like moment that got them hooked on wrestling. Your first moments that you saw wrestling. Was it a pay-per-view? Was it a weekly show? Was it a local indie show that you went to in your town? Jesse Holcomb was Taker versus Taker. That would be the purple glove, purple tie Taker versus the gray glove, gray tie Taker, right? I remember Taker versus Taker. For sure. Sinister says, I had a high school teacher whose father was friends with Sammartino, Iron Sheik, ATG, and some other legendary wrestlers. Sammartino would spend nights at his home, and I thought that was cool. For sure. Sinister, that was like me too, bro. That was my escape too. From the bullshit at home, from the bullshit at school. I grew up skinny and tall, and everybody else did not look like me. So when I found wrestling and I saw wrestlers, I think for a lot of guys, when they discover wrestling as a little kid, that's probably what they're going through that hooks them. Like I got picked on relentlessly, and then I saw these two giant dudes with huge muscles that beat the shit out of each other, and it's like, that's what I want to be. I'm tired of being the skinny kid that gets picked on. Like I want to be a dude that looks like an action figure that can just beat the shit out of everybody. And wrestling became my escape, and it's been my escape ever since I was a kid. 100%. Palmer's moment was Punk coming back with his WWE title after Cena won the replacement championship. Okay. So you're really looking forward to tomorrow too then, huh, Patrick? Oh, it's all good, bro. You want to talk about out of shape? I can't. I probably can't. If I sprinted for a block, I think I might have a heart attack or die of asphyxiation. Oh, I think everybody in this chat right now would agree with this. The fact that we never got Taker and Sting is going to be one of them things that just it's a tough pill to swallow that we just have to accept. But my God, Vince McMahon, what were you doing, bro? We had the opportunity to have Taker versus Sting, and we never got to. And that's the wrestling fans got robbed of that because of Vince McMahon's pettiness. Yeah, same, Patrick. I'm anxious to find out tomorrow if Cena beats Punk clean. It's probably a one-off. Like, that's probably one and done, and that's it, right? And that's the end, and then he moves on to something else. But I don't necessarily know, because they're the two biggest names in the company right now. They're drawing the biggest money. Why wouldn't they milk it for another month and another pay-per-view? You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't we get Punk versus Cena again at SummerSlam? I could see us getting that match again in some form or fashion, maybe with a stipulation or something like that, or maybe Punk and somebody else versus Cena and like Logan Paul. I could see that. I still honestly believe that when Cena walks away, he's walking away as a babyface and he's dropping the title to Logan Paul. I firmly believe that, because he said he's going to ruin wrestling, right? There's nothing that could happen in pro wrestling that would make me feel like it's ruined other than seeing Logan Paul with the WWE World Championship. You think Cena's going to have help? See, now this is what I predicted. I predicted that R-Truth, Ron Killings, because he's been showing heel tendencies lately. I predicted that a couple weeks ago that R-Truth would help Cena beat CM Punk. Because think about it, tomorrow could end in a disqualification, right? Which would let the fans down, and we'd be like, what? A lot of people are going to think this is how their feud ends, by a DQ or by like some sort of fuckery. And if it does end in a disqualification, I think we're for sure getting Punk and Cena again at some point between tomorrow and SummerSlam, if not at SummerSlam. 100%. They almost have to book them in a match twice, because what are they going to do with John Cena? Because to me, John Cena is about reaching the height of his heel run right now, that he's with Punk. Everything else he's going to do ain't going to be Punk level draw, unless it's Roman. Is Cena and Roman going to have a thing? Could be. Does Roman show up tomorrow to screw with the match? Don't know, because I don't know what direction they're going to go. If they're going to have Roman come and still mess with the bloodline bullshit. I think they've moved on from the bloodline stuff. That faction is so splintered. Even like Solo's little bloodline isn't really a bloodline. It's like him and JC Mateo, because Tongaloa and Tama Tonga got injured. Are they even still part of the bloodline? Like, are WWE even going to bring them two guys back? I don't know. They didn't really do much of anything. They were just there to be seen next to Solo Sikoa. They didn't really have matches. They weren't really vocal on the microphone. They didn't cut promos. Sinister says, what if Punk gets screwed by Seth and Cena and Seth join alliance? Because the rumor is that somebody's being added to Seth's alliance, but I just don't see John Cena don't need to be added to no alliance. John Cena is above that. Maybe Cena helps with Seth's cash in. Does CM Punk beat Cena and then get cashed in on during Cena's heel run? Or because, there's been a couple promos the last couple weeks now where Cena has openly said, when I leave as champion in 6 months, right? He said that a couple of times. So he's of the belief he's just having the title from here on out. Do we think that Cena drops the title in his final match? Or do we think between now and the end of the year, somewhere in between, he loses the title before he's done? Jesse Holcomb says, Cena drops the belt to Dominic or Paul. If I had to guess, or Breaker, Next Generation. I definitely think if it's not Paul, it's got to be somebody from the Next Generation. Has to be. But he said he's going to ruin wrestling. And Braun Breaker winning the WWE title is not going to ruin wrestling for me. Dominic, I don't necessarily know that Dominic's ready for that spot. If he were to win it, that still wouldn't make me feel like it's ruined wrestling. Seeing an outsider, somebody that has nothing to do with WWE until he showed up and was like, "Oh, I can wrestle." First of all, it's like, how the fuck does Logan Paul know how to wrestle? Where nobody's talked about who trained him. Did he grow? Did he build? Did his rich ass parents build him a wrestling ring as a kid and he just practiced his whole life? None of this has been discussed. Like Logan Paul just came in as a YouTuber and an influencer, and everybody's like, why the fuck is he in WWE, right? And then he has a match and he can fucking wrestle. He can out wrestle people. Like what? This doesn't make sense to me, and it's never been explained. If he were to beat Cena in Cena's final match, and he wins the WWE title, do you understand the gloating he's going to do and how he's going to come out every week and go, it's going to be worse than The Miz. He's going to literally be worse than The Miz. Not in the ring, but in terms of like the heat that he gets, the amount of boos. Like, I felt like when Miz was getting pushed and he beat Cena for the title at that one WrestleMania, I felt like in that moment, wrestling was ruined for me. And I would feel probably more of the same. Because think about it, Logan Paul is basically this generation's Miz. Miz came from MTV reality television, right? Logan Paul is coming from not TV, but we watch it. Kids watch him on their devices as whatever him and his brother did when they were younger, as YouTubers and influencers. And to have a YouTube influencer beat the greatest of all time for the title, what else would ruin wrestling? What else could happen that would be worse than that in wrestling? Nothing. It has to be Logan Paul, I would assume. Logan Paul was an amateur wrestler. Neither was Kofi. What do you mean neither was Kofi? Drop the title to Omos if he really wanted to ruin wrestling. Who's Dim? I don't know who you mean. Dim has gotten better. Either was Kofi. Kofi winning the title though didn't bother me. It felt forced as fuck, but it didn't like make me feel like wrestling is ruined. I want to see RKO Punk Cena. See, that's the other thing I was saying the other night in JD's chat was, are we at some point going to get Randy Orton and John Cena? Because they haven't wrestled ever, have they? Wasn't there something that said that they've actually never wrestled in their career? Or am I tripping? I might be tripping on that. How many times has Randy Orton wrestled John Cena? Oh, never mind. I don't know what I was thinking. They've wrestled each other 21 times. I don't know why I don't remember their feud at all. Cena has 13 wins, 7 losses, and 1 draw. 9 of them were matches for championships. Cena having a 5-4 advantage. I know that the prediction is for Cena to go against Cody Rhodes at SummerSlam. Damn, man. I just feel like we've already had the Cody Rhodes run. Are you really going to give Cody Rhodes the title back this soon? I don't see that. I don't see how that would be a good thing for Cody and for what's going on in the company right now in terms of story. Oh, Dom has gotten better. Sinister Dom has gotten a lot better. I thought Dom was so cringe up until a few weeks ago. I really liked what he did at Worlds Collide. I love how they implemented him into the show and then gave him a match at Money in the Bank. I thought that was great. He's looking a lot less like a little kid in the face and looking more like a man now. He's still kind of skinny for my liking, but he's grown on me leaps and bounds this year. Cody has to go heel. Jesse Holcomb says he wants to see RKO. He wants to see Randy, Punk, and Cena all like in a triple threat. I could see that. The three legends of the Ruthless Aggression era. The only one they're really missing is Batista, but obviously he's not coming back. Batista's lost so much muscle mass. He almost doesn't even look like the same person anymore. He almost looks like an old grandma. Batista now. It's crazy. It's hella crazy. But I definitely could do, maybe that's what they do after tomorrow. If Randy Orton beats Cody for King of the Ring, because they've already said, though, the winner gets a title shot, right? I don't know how they go about it, but like I was just saying, I don't see how they can't. I don't see how Punk and Cena is just a one and done. I just don't see it. Especially we're coming up on a 2-night SummerSlam. I think the SummerSlam match could be bigger than tomorrow's match. Maybe that's what they do. Maybe that's how they have their second match. It's a 3-way with add King of the Ring Randy Orton in it for the WWE Championship. 100% could see that. What do you do with Cody, though? Then where does Cody go storyline-wise for the next month, though, till SummerSlam? I don't know what you have Cody. Cody goes heel maybe after he loses to Randy Orton. But who does he feud with? Do they make it a fatal 4-way? Do they add Cody in there, too? And it's Randy Orton, Punk, Cena, and Cody for the WWE title at SummerSlam, fatal 4-way? They could. I'm not the biggest fan of multi-man matches, but I could see him doing it. I could totally see him doing it. I really hope that tomorrow's not it, because the build has only been 3 weeks long for Cena and Punk. And the last 2 promos we've gotten where they've stolen each other's shtick, I just think that they could do a lot. I still think they could do more surprises with that. Cody has to go heel, but he won't because he's this generation Cena. Make up your mind, Sinister. You've been saying Cody's got to go heel, and now you're saying he won't go heel? I feel like he won't go heel just because he's talked about it this week too many times in interviews, teasing a heel turn. And I think they're doing that because I think that they realize a lot of people want Cody Rhodes to become heel. But he's too blonde hair, blue-eyed, baby-faced. He don't look like a heel, you know what I mean? What are they going to do? Dye his hair black? Is he going to go back to that old Cody Rhodes gimmick when he had the black hair? I don't see that. I really don't. He's too clean cut. He comes out in the suit. He looks every bit of the corporate role model. Yeah, I don't see Cody Rhodes going heel. Yeah, he's too Boy Scout. That's a perfect way to put it. There's just nothing that Cody Rhodes can do in the image that he's been since he came back to WWE has been just so vanilla babyface. I don't, and I don't mean that as a knock. I just mean that kind of like John Cena being heel with his "You Can't See Me Now" music. I can't accept John Cena. It's hard for me to even accept John Cena as a heel in this run, but I do because they changed his intro. It's just a black screen with his name. His mannerisms are different. The reason why he kept this theme song was to basically an F you to the fans who were expecting him to come back out to Dr. Thugonomics as a heel. So his reasoning for keeping his babyface music was actually a heel move. I just don't see. Yeah, and then Cody Rhodes, they're not going to give him new theme music. That is too over with the crowd, and like you can't be a heel when your song is like that. That's why I think Seth Rollins' heel run is failing right now because everybody's still going whoa, and they chant his song, and then he gets in the ring, and then everybody's like boo. And then sometimes he'll say stuff, and then they'll be like yeah, and they'll cheer. So I don't think Cody's a believable heel. That little Homelander smile that he has, it almost looks like when he smiles, can you almost see his like teeth twinkle? with that cheesy little cartoon, like ding. He's just, yeah, I don't see him as a heel. I can't picture it. I cannot picture it at all. But this has been a great stream, guys. I've been on for 5 hours now. So I started when SmackDown came on, and it is now 2 hours past SmackDown. I'm hungry. My dinner's getting cold. I made it about an hour ago, and I'm going to have to go reheat it. Thank you guys for chilling. To everybody that showed up, the usual suspects, my homies, and to the new faces that popped in. I appreciate you guys, man. It was cool to see some new faces in here today. I will, yeah, you guys all take care. I hope for the new faces that were in here, come back again. It's cool to see some new faces in here and get to know some new folks. And for all my homies in here, you'll be seeing me tweeting like a madman tomorrow. Do me a favor, hit that like button, subscribe to my channel. You can follow me on Twitter/X at the same handle as I am here at Hula Grim. I'll type my two handles where you can find me on social media if you want to interact with me. This is YouTube and X. And then if you're on TikTok, I spend most of my time on TikTok, and I'm thinking about live streaming on TikTok soon. So if you're a fan of the TikTok, you can find me at Hoolagrim with 2 R's there. Have a good night, you guys. Be safe. Get some sleep, because we got to be at Night of Champions comes on in 12 hours for me. It's 10 a.m. my time. I'm on the West Coast, so 10 a.m. bright and early tomorrow morning. Night of Champions. So God, I can't wait. I think I'm actually gonna. If I'm up early enough and I'm feeling better than I am now in the brain because of my lack of sleep, I might do a watch along. I don't know how much time I've got left for the month because I've had some big long streams in the last couple of weeks. I don't know if I've got any StreamYard time left, but if I got time, I'll kick this back on and we could do the watch along for Night of Champions if y'all want. But I know that there's going to be, the bigger name streamers doing their watch along. So if you guys watch the bigger streamers, no big deal. But if you see me online for Night of Champions tomorrow, feel free to pop in for a minute or for longer. Say what's up again. It's always great, man. I always don't know how this is going to go. And then I end up being here for like 3, 4, 5 hours. And I'm like, dude, that was fun time, man. I love this streaming thing. So I'm glad I started it. Thank you guys for all your support. And I will see y'all tomorrow for Night of Champions. Thank you guys. Have a good night. Peace.